참가자 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, a brief housekeeping announcement. Track A of Global HR Forum 2020 under the theme Rethinking of Humans in the Age of AI will begin shortly. I would like to kindly ask the participants to take their seats, and for those of you out at the foyer, kindly make your way into the hall. This year, to deter the spread of COVID-19, we are adhering to social distancing guidelines and thus holding a hybrid conference where an online and offline forum takes place simultaneously. All sessions of the Global HR Forum are streamed live on Emeritus and YouTube. I would like to kindly ask our offline participants to comply with the forum guide. Your efforts to prevent the spread of the virus will be greatly appreciated. For those of you that have questions during the sessions or want to have a look at the presentation materials or program book, please check the text message sent to you just now with the access link to the forum. The link will direct you to a form application where you can post your questions. Please refer to page 10 in the program book for details. For the participants that weren't able to pre-register for the online forum and are now watching the event on YouTube, there is a way for you to post questions real-time and download the presentation materials. On the bottom of the live broadcast screen, there is a link that directs you to Eventus. After completing a simple registration process, you may use the aforementioned services. Simultaneous interpretation between Korean and English is being provided. For our offline participants, Korean is channel 1 and English is channel 2. The interpretation receivers are on your seats. When you are stepping outside, please leave the receivers on your seats so that they don't get lost or mixed up with other participants. Simultaneous interpretation subtitles will be provided on the online platform, and for the hearing impaired, all of the contents of the event will be captioned.
We are offering Korean English translation audio on the Global HR Forum YouTube, so please use it a lot. 또한 화재 등
Upon a fire or emergency, please follow the guidance of our staff and swiftly evacuate according to the emergency evacuation route indicated on the screen. We also have a medical office to respond to emergencies, so please ask our staff for assistance. Last but not least, to minimize interruptions, please switch your phones to the silent mode. I will see you in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to the Global HR Forum 2020. I will take you through the Global HR Forum. I am Na-Yoon Kim. Thank you very much for coming despite your busy schedule. Once again, distinguished guests and our participants here today, thank you very much. This year, to adhere to social distancing guidelines in an effort to prevent the spread of COVID-19, we are hosting an hybrid forum with both online and offline forum. I would like to sincerely thank our online participants as well for being with us today. Every year, Global HR Forum 2020 invites high-level figures of governments and international organizations, CEOs of global corporations, and scholars from prominent universities and experts in the academia to come together to identify solutions, particularly talent development based on global collaboration to tackle major challenges of humanity. This year's Global HR Forum's theme is AI and Human, How Can We Coexist? We will discuss ways to nurture talent that can coexist with AI, as well as how to reform the educational system, and in addition to ways of highlighting creativity of humanity. As way of realizing a future society that promotes sustainable growth and minimize inequality, we will try to shed light on AI as a tool for coexistence. I truly hope you find today's forum useful as well as informative. Then let us now begin the track A, the first session of the Global HR Forum 2020. Rethinking of humans in the age of AI. In the age of AI, we are here to throw the question of who am I in the face of AI civilization, and we would like to look into what we have to do as we see the progress of technological development. As mentioned, the theme is Rethinking of Humans in the Age of AI, and we have Professor Emeritus Choi Jin-Seok of Department of Philosophy of Sogang University and Professor Chun from Ewha Women's University. And we have as moderator Distinguished Professor of Public Understanding of Mathematics Minhyong of the University of Warwick. Professor Kim Minhyong is active in the academia as well as he wrote a number of books in mathematics. So please, Professor Kim.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. So we are living amid very difficult times, and that is why we are having many people who are participating online. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure if I'm the right person to be chairing this session. However, I think when we discuss AI, always a mathematician is invited, and I think that is why I have been invited as chair, although I am not quite qualified. However, it is a great honor for me to have these two great speakers with us. So we have Professor Choi Jin-Seok, who is chairperson of 새말 and 새몸짓, which is new words and new movements. He graduated from Sogang University. He received his PhD from Beijing University. And as for Professor Choi Jae-chun, he received his PhD at Harvard, and he served as professor at Seoul National University, and currently he is Distinguished Professor, Division of EcoScience of Ewha Women's University. He is an editor of many journals and Encyclopedia of Animal Behavior, is an encyclopedia which he worked on. He was editor-in-chief, and he has published many papers and books. So he is a distinguished biologist specializing in evolution, and he is a global scholar. And I looked at other sessions, and usually the moderator speaks for a very long time, and I had very little to say, so I tried to put some thoughts together to begin this session. Now, as for me, I think I can say that we have the two most adequate people for this session invited as presenters. As for Professor Choi Jae-chun, I looked at his activities, and also I looked at the activities of Professor Choi Jin-seok, and he is quite active, and he is doing all the right things as a up-and-coming philosopher. And actually, personally, I started to study philosophy in college, and I switched my major to math. And when students try to study philosophy, they try to ask some fundamental problems. For example, what is life? What is living? What is the world? And so forth. However, once you start studying philosophy, you realize that you will be studying for a quite long time before you receive answers to these questions. And so for now, I gave up. I gave up philosophy and I switched to math. Now, as for Professor Jin-Seok, I can see that he is a true philosopher asking the most fundamental questions. And he is quite active in his field. So I was quite impressed. Now, having said that, Professor Chun is quite similar to what Professor Jin-Seok is doing. Because in terms of biology, well, if we become interested in biology, what do? We are interested in plants or animals. And how do we classify these animals and plants? And that's what we become interested in. However, once you start studying biology in earnest, then you can go into microbiology. There are many specific fields, and you get into very technical fields. However, Professor Chun, I'm sure he's very knowledgeable in these very specialized fields. However, I think he is a naturalist and nature-focused philosopher. And I think there are very few such scholars in the world. And so we have two Professor Che here today. And I think they are what we can call very classic scholars and studying the very fundamental tenets of their fields. Now, as for this session, it is titled Rethinking of Humans in the Age of AI. And if we think about this theme, well, once again, we are looking at some very fundamental questions, and we are trying to seek answers to these very fundamental questions. And this will be quite interesting, and I'm sure some of you participated yesterday, and during the keynote speech, Professor Michael Jordan gave a talk on AI. And I'm not sure what you thought about this talk, but I thought he were making some critical evaluations about intelligence. Because regarding intelligence, I think we can think about two things. First of all, what is intelligence? So that is the first question that we can ask. That's a fundamental question and a very difficult question. And we cannot really get a single answer to that basic question. However, how can we create an intelligent machine? That is another question. So let's look at the difference between these two questions. As for the first question, that is a question thrown by a scientist or a philosopher. As for the second question, making an intelligent machine, that is a question thrown by an engineer. And as for Professor Jordan, he avoided the fundamental questions and he actually wanted to get down to the practical aspects of building that intelligent machine. Of course, that is important as well. And so that was what I was thinking about when I was listening to Professor Jordan's talk yesterday. And for a long time, I was overseas. I was a scholar overseas. And in Korea, I think there is a tendency to prefer fundamental questions, basic questions. And I think we have that tendency among the general public and also among scholars. So we like to ask questions like, how should I live my life, for example? Of course, we can put the fundamental questions on the back burner and think about the practical questions. But for us, maybe we should take a step back and think about humans, think about intelligence, and think about the relationship between the two. And so I think we need some fundamental insights and deep thoughts about these topics. And I think that is what we're going to do during session A-1. And I am very much looking forward to what our two professors will be saying in this session. And so that was my opening. Maybe that was a bit lengthy. It was a bit longer than I had thought. So would it be okay if I begin this session with a question? I think we need to have a very natural and casual debate during the session. So maybe we can start with a question. And this was a theme during Professor Jordan's talk. During his talk, he talked about the relationship between humans and HI, and this is how he put it. He said, this is the relationship between electricity and electric engineering. So electricity is a natural phenomenon. It exists in nature. So what is electricity? We can have scientific understanding about that, and we had an occasion to understand that in the 19th century. And so we had accurate understanding about electricity. However, based on that, now we have electrical engineering. So by using electricity, we can build machines. And to do that, well, we don't really need to fully understand the theoretical aspects of electricity. Of course, you need some understanding, but you can just understand the basic characteristics of electricity, and you will be able to build that electric machine. And I think the same concept can apply here to AI. And we also went over the history of AI yesterday. First, we had imitative AI. And so we had AI that was trying to imitate the intelligence of humans. And we saw this in sci-fi movies. And we had robots that had AI that tried to emulate, that tried to imitate the intelligence of humans. And we have the two panelists here today. So I'm trying to throw this question to you. Maybe it is not a sharp and crisp question. It is maybe a vague question. But do we need to fully understand intelligence in order to develop and create AI? Or on the other hand, if we can create AI, then does that mean we can gather insight about human intelligence? And so I'm kind of rambling on here. So I want to think about the relationship between AI and intelligence. So there must be a very complex relationship between understanding intelligence, human intelligence, and AI. So HI and AI. So I would like to invite Professor Jin-Seok to speak first.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Very nice to meet you. Can you hear me well? Professor Choi, actually, I've met him a couple of times, and he's a very familiar face, and I learned a lot from him. As for Professor Kim, I read your articles, your interviews, as well as your books, and I wanted to meet you in person sometime, and I thought that today would be a great opportunity, but as you can see, I'm here on video. And nevertheless, I am meeting you at this forum, although online. So what is intelligence? Understanding what intelligence is, and to create an intelligent machine with intelligence. If you look at the correlation between the two, how should I put this? I mean, you need to fully understand intelligence, and only then can you make an intelligent machine. I don't think it's always in that order. As Professor Jordan has mentioned, even without understanding intelligence, you can create an intelligent machine. However, understanding intelligence and creating an intelligent machine, we're thinking about this right now. However, I think that we also have to understand who are the major proponents or players of intelligence. What is intelligence to us is the major question. I believe that Professor Kim, you've wondered whether you were going in circles, but then I think that I can do the same, and I feel safe to say this, which is that intelligence, understanding the identity of intelligence and creating an intelligent machine, it's more so in the eyes of information. In other words, when generating information, when it's generated or produced, and in the process of executing or utilizing this information, when we compare this with creating an intelligent machine, we can see that the former and latter is quite different because there are many different factors into play. There could be hope or anxiety or an aspiration, or it could be brazenness in dealing with risks. So you can see that there are these factors that do come into play. Therefore, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we of course have to think about how we can use it, but I would like to say that it's important to understand who I am as a person using AI. How will I be using AI, and how am I facing or interfacing with AI, I think is also a critical question. The identity of intelligence and creating an intelligent machine is of course an important question, but as a human being, as a major agent, how can we utilize and exude our intelligence is a fundamental question as well. So I don't think intelligence is important here. It's about the intelligent capability. So in other words, information of whether it's right or wrong, or whether it goes through a scientific process, is there a pattern? Well, this is of course something that we do need to identify. However, I believe that there is a much complex psychological power that comes into play. As mentioned, it's about hope and anxiety. These factors are also reflected, and I think that that's probably the fundamental question here. So it's more so about intellectual capacity. So I'm not sure whether it went well with you going in your circles, but that's about it. Maybe I would like to ask, maybe it's the lack of my proficiency in Korean. So what do you mean by intellectual capacity? So it's a type of power, intellectual power. In other words, we talk about knowledge, intellectual knowledge. However, intellectual knowledge is static. However, what we're trying to do is we're trying to utilize or take advantage of this intellect or information. So it's not about creativity, it's about the power to be creative. Rather than trying to imagine something, it's about the power of imagination. I think that the power component is more important. Yes, thank you very much. So I'm not sure whether I understood you correctly. And if I may ask you back, there are 3 different domains based on your comments. First is about there's a scientific and philosophical question on what is intelligence, and also the concept of making an intelligent machine. But then it's about who is the one that experiences intelligence. What is intelligent experience? You can see that these domains are all different. Is my understanding correct? Yes, that is correct. Yes, thank you very much for the comments. Thank you.
최재청 교수님께서는 그러면
Yes, Professor Choi, what do you think about this issue? So, what is intelligence? What is the experience of intelligence? And how do we create intelligence or an intelligent machine? So, what do you think about these 3 questions? Yes, Professor Jin-Seok has given us some insight. He has given us a new perspective, a new angle to this problem. So he is quite distinguished in that capability. So as for that term, 지력, intellectual power, or mental capacity, yes, I find that word very impressive. And I study biology and I study evolution. So I want to think about this problem not just from the perspective of just humans, but from other natural entities such as plants and animals and so forth. Now, our chair summarized the talk by Professor Michael Jordan. I was not able to listen to the entire presentation. I wish that I had. Now, in the beginning, when we tried to create AI, we tried to imitate HI or human intelligence. But I think we are still at that stage. We're still trying to copy HI because when we talk about intelligence, well, we have a very vague definition of what that is. And we try to emulate HI. I think that's the basic premise. We're trying to imitate HI. So we have Platonian philosophy, and they had different types of intelligence. We had that ideal concept of intelligence, and we try to create AI systems or machines, and we are trying to reach that ideal intelligence. And we're trying to narrow that gap. So we have the ultimate goal, and we're trying to reach that goal. And I think we are still at that stage of imitative AI. Now, the reason I'm saying this is this. I observe many animals in nature, and these animals have different ways of coping with life. And they try to live within the given environment, and they have different types of wisdom. And I think Professor Jin-Seok has termed that as intellectual power, and I think that is the right term in my case as well. So we have planaria squirming in nature, and these animals learn and try to solve problems in nature. Now, if humans are left in the middle of a forest and we are trying to get home, well, even if we had a compass, it will be very difficult for us to go home. And this actually happened to me. I was in the middle of nowhere and I had a compass, but I had no idea where to go. I really needed to know where I was and where I'm trying to reach in order to make use of that compass. And so it was a useless tool for me at that time. However, well, having said that, in spite of the fact that animals, they do not have these machines like compass, but they use changes in nature. They look at the different distributions of the sunlight, for example, to find direction. That's what animals are doing. These animals have the intellectual power. And in that sense, I believe that animals are much more advanced than human beings in that sense. And as for what we call AI nowadays, we are thinking that if we have the perfect AI, then it will solve all human problems. And we have many movies describing how we have the emergence of the perfect AI and they conquer the world, for example. However, there are some problems to this concept because we have different humans and we have different capabilities. Some people do very well in school. Some other people, they do not do well in school, but they have amazing other abilities. Now, how can we lump all these different human abilities together and call that HI and try to have AI emulate that HI? And so maybe AI can compute faster than humans, or AI is more capable of doing certain tasks. For example, making fast comparisons of different data sets. So perhaps it is enough just to create a machine that has AI and that is more capable than humans in some aspects. I don't think we need to create an AI that is better than HI or can replace human thinking. So maybe we have this wrong desire, and I'm not sure where that started from, but I think there is a problem. Maybe I misspoke, so let me try to correct that. Now, Professor Jordan, his thoughts were very similar to the thoughts that you have. So if we have AI that imitates HI, well, that was an immature objective that we had in the beginning, that we had in the past. And Professor Jordan was saying that that is not possible and not even ideal. And there are many other much more interesting questions, and that was pointed out by Professor Jordan. And I have one further question for Professor Choi-Chun. Now, as you said, in nature, we have different types of intelligence among animals. Now, how do you think intelligence evolved? Well, I think we had no choice. I think the animals and the plants had no choice because we were all faced with problems. So there were changes to the environment. And of course, nature, humans, animals, plants, we all have to survive and we had to solve these problems. And the process of solving these problems, well, of course, there were many diverse ways to deal with these problems because we have diverse problems in life. And even within the same animal, even within the same species, depending on where your habitat is, you will be running into different problems. And the intensity, the difficulty of the problems will be different as well. And so, I don't think intelligence has just one facet. I think it has many different faces and facets. And as Howard Gardner says, there are issues of a multiple intelligence, and there are many different types of intelligence. And because intelligence, or HI, is multifaceted, I think we need to approach this problem from a different perspective. Yes. In the Q&A session, there are many complaints about the video and the audio. So if the technical team is standing by, maybe someone can address this. Okay, so if I understood correctly, Professor Choi-Chun, what we are calling intelligence, well, this was created in nature, and there were many different capabilities that were developed in nature, and intelligence is just one of these many different capabilities. Yes, that is right. And we have inferior animals. We don't use this term much nowadays, but I don't think it is correct to dub some species as inferior and compare it to humans. However, there are some animals, some organisms that have fewer neurons than humans. So, for example, bacteria. However, these cells, many cells gather together, and there is differentiating of the organization. And so there is a very simple organism, and there is just a scattering of the neurons. And these different neurons will be responding to environment. However, in the history of evolution, these neurons became centralized. So the neurons gathered together and they become bundles of neurons. And of course, that evolved into what we now call the brain. And so we have the development of the neurons, development and evolution. And the systems became more sophisticated. And all of these different systems are linked together. And just because we have a more complex neuron system, that does not mean that we will be able to be better problem solvers in the environment. That is not necessarily true. So having intelligence or not having intelligence, we can make that distinction among the organisms. However, we cannot say that one is more superior than the other. I think that is what you were trying to say. So just because we have intelligence or just because we have higher intelligence, there are some problems that these highly intelligent organisms cannot solve that can be solved by these low intelligent organisms.
For Professor Choi, can see that intelligence is just one of the many capabilities that been in place throughout evolution. So what do you think about this comment? Well, saying that it's just one of the many, or saying that I don't think that there is much of a difference in terms of how you phrase it. But what I want to say is intelligence. Well, I'm sure that you know tofu, and if you cut tofu, can we say that intelligence is something that's severed from other capabilities? That's not the case. In terms of 지능 in Korean, we call it intelligence or information. But we can say that human beings, at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is survival. And in order to survive, and in order to enhance our capabilities to survive, you can see that human beings have to focus on their instincts or their sensory capabilities, and they have to overcome that and draw various strategies to survive. And I think that in the process, we saw intelligence born. Socrates mentioned that courage is about perseverance. So in other words, courage is intelligent perseverance. So you can see that it could be scary if you just think about how you sense it. However, if you want to survive, it's about overcoming this fear and anxiety, and we can call this courage. In other words, intelligence of human beings. It's about overcoming our senses and our instincts, and it's about a behavior and attitude to survive. And I would like to call this an intellectual attitude or behavior. And for it to be really effective, I believe we need a certain abstractness in place, and only then can we enhance efficiency. So in terms of intelligence and information, I think that that at the end of the day is something or a tool for survival. Let me take this analogy. Human beings, whether they recognize the existence of God or not, you can see that they resemble God. And the only difference with God is God may be not so diligent, but human beings are quite diligent. And God doesn't do anything by himself or herself. Well, unfortunately, although I am a human being, I'm quite lazy, for your information. Yes, Professor Kim, you're higher than us in that aspect. But at the end of the day, human beings are diligent, but God is lazy. And human beings, but as mentioned, resemble God. Although they are diligent, they don't try to do everything by themselves. For instance, when they want to cut their toenails, they ask somebody else to do it for them. So they start using tools because they resemble God, and they have that tendency to be a little bit lazy, and they want something to do things for them. So as you can see, we use tools, we use machines. But you can see that this machine, an agent, something that helps us do something, is now an intelligent subject matter. And it shows excellent capabilities to process information. That's how machines and these tools evolved. So today we're talking about intelligence. And it's true that we're focusing on just the informative aspect of intelligence. But you can see that if we do take that perspective, we can only be afraid of the machines of AI. However, I believe that human beings do truly have the capability to utilize intelligence and information. That's our true capabilities. And I do not believe that processing this intelligence or information is not the only capabilities of human beings. It goes more than that. Some information from our organizers. They do say that YouTube, the platform itself, has some errors, and that's why you weren't able to go online. And I believe that YouTube probably corrected that error. And let us go back to the panel discussion. Yes, please continue, Professor Choi. So I'm trying to respond to Professor Kim and also adding some bits of information or insight that to that. And it may seem a bit complex, my response, but the reason why I'm taking this approach is because AI is a tool created by human beings. But this tool seems like it's imitating information and intelligence processing capabilities of human beings. And it may seem as if it may replace human beings and at the end of the day take jobs. Many people think as such, but I want to say that it's not about information and intelligence. Humans have multiple aspects, and I call this intellectual power. You can see that inside we have multiple egos. I have an ego that does something and an ego that looks at me doing something, and it may seem as I have many selves. It may seem negative. However, if it's controlled well, we can say that this is not all that bad of having multiple egos. And the capability to take risks, to be brazen enough to take risks, is what human beings have. If you look at AI, it only goes towards the active or the positive journey. It takes the active and positive journey. However, humans do not do that. Sometimes they take the negative path. So you can see that based on a certain calculation, it's true that we have to go down that active and positive path, but there's this psychological process where it detours us to the negative path. And I believe that this has to do with the intelligence and information of human beings. But in many sense, I believe that our intellectual power is so much confined as intelligence and information, although it's actually more than that. Yes, Professor Choi, you've talked about the negative path. So can you give us a couple of examples on that as well? What do you mean by negative direction? So what happens if we want to lie down? I mean, we are tired, and if we think about the schedule tomorrow, what do we have to do? We have to, of course, rest. However, human beings may decide not to do that, not to rest. If we're hungry, we have to eat, of course. But why do you call this negative? Why do you call this the negative option? Maybe I didn't use the right word, or maybe I misunderstood you. So if you want to lie down, if you want to rest, that's the right direction. That's the normal direction that everybody would take if you are tired, depending on your level of fatigue, and considering the schedule of tomorrow, it's only natural that you should go and get some rest. However, human beings can go the other way around, an inverse direction, in other words, rather than it being negative. So you've said that human beings overcome their instincts, and you need intelligence to do that. So I guess that this actually, your example is actually relevant to that particular comment. Yes, that is correct. Therefore, and you can see that we think about the rational way to go if we just think about intelligence. However, if you look at human beings, they go the other way around. In other words, they tend to countermarch, and they can make that decision in the process. And although they know that it is risky, they are quite brazen to take that contrary move. And I believe that this has to do with human intelligence. So if we compare this with artificial intelligence, it's quite different. However, when we generate AI, of course we use intelligence there, but in many sense, or in many ways, we confine human intelligence as only the intelligence that's used to create AI. So I believe that we have a too narrow definition of human intelligence. Yes, that is correct. And of course, you've mentioned that intelligence as way of controlling human beings' instinct was something that you've also talked about. But in the process of controlling your instincts, you have the awareness or the consciousness of human beings. So I believe that do you believe intelligence has to do with consciousness? Yes, that is correct. The reason why I'm asking this question is to actually ask a question to Professor Choi.
So you talked about HI and the intelligence of other organisms, such as animals, and you said that was a way of responding to the environment. Maybe I misunderstood, but I think that's what you said. So having said that, now, is it possible to have intelligence without consciousness? Is it possible in terms of biology? Yes, of course that's possible. And I was listening to what Professor Jin-Seok was saying, and I think we can look at it from the perspective of evolution. So humans tend to be negative, and we actually are not very good at coming together. Now, if we compare humans to HI, I think, yes, AI will be very different in these aspects because humans create AI. So to AI, we will give orders. And we will ask AI to follow these steps to reach a solution. Now, as for what Professor Jin-Seok has said, we are very divided as individuals. However, when we think about evolution, that is the result of the entire species. So changes to an individual during one lifetime, that is not evolution. That's just adapting to the environment. However, if we look at the group, we have humans who are doing well. However, we have some people who do not cooperate to the group's effort. Now, under such circumstances, AI will analyze all given data and will give one very accurate, one single solution. However, that will not apply to humans because we are individual beings, and individuals will show different actions. And so in some species, in terms of survival and reproduction, they will be successful, and the species will exist. And some species, they will become extinct. Through this process, we have natural selection. And we will have the species that will be most fit for the coming environment. So we have that mechanism, and that is the mechanism found by Darwin. And that is a very strong power that exists in nature, a very strong force. And I don't think we will be able to design this because the environment is rather unpredictable. And we will not be able to predict accurately what will happen to the environment in the future. And so some species, some capabilities may seem trivial right now, but once the environment changes to a different direction, this species or this characteristic might be the most fit. Now, as for AI, I think AI will never conquer the human world. We will never lose against AI unless AI will be able to evolve on its own. AI, in some sense, will have very strong powers and capabilities, and it will hurt humans, some of us as humans. However, human beings work as individuals, and there will be this one odd person doing something strange in the corner of the room, and this person may have that capability to overcome that perfect AI. And so AI will, if they are able to have sex and reproduce and mate and evolve, maybe we will lose to AI. But unless AI can do that, I think AI will never win over humans. Because humans reproduce and we are able to create the one odd person who can save the world. So yes, that's quite interesting. I'm actually not an expert in that field, but in some sense, we already have AI that is evolving. And I'm not an expert in AI, but I think that is a very interesting topic to discuss in a future discussion because we have generative AI. And so perhaps that is there is AI, or there will be AI in the future that evolves. Now, as for the evolving AI that you mentioned, is the mechanism evolving, or it's the mechanism that is evolving? It's not the AI world itself that is evolving. Well, conceptually, it is very difficult to make that distinction. But during your comment, I'm not sure if I understood correctly, but I think one important concept was that evolution is the evolution of organisms. And it is different with AI because with AI, there is design, there is planning, and there is a certain direction of that evolution. So I think that's different from the natural world. Now, there was another thing that was mentioned by Professor Jin-Seok, and I think this is one other way to look at the question. Now, as for nature, we have evolution, and as a result, instinct is created. And actually, instinct is created in order to not use intelligence. Let's say you're walking in the forest and you hear a noise. And let's say you're using intelligence. Okay, judging by the strength of the sound, I don't think that's a tiger. I think it's a squirrel. However, if it happens to be a tiger, then you're dead. And so in that way, if there is a noise in the forest, you don't analyze. We act instinctively. We run. And the people who run will survive. However, if you choose to use your brain and analyze the size of the sound, then you might end up dying because that could be a tiger. And so we came up with instinct in order to not use intelligence. And I think we can even say this. Most of the AI that we create, I think this will be created in order to replace the instinct. So in English, it will be an instinct supporting machine. The next step, in the next step, if humans wish to go into a different direction, well, unless AI has that ability to go in the other direction, because it gives a bad feeling, then I don't think AI will be better than HI. Now, one thing I find interesting is that there are many different abilities that we need to survive, and we actually take these actions at a subconscious level. So we continue to breathe. We don't have to pay attention to breathing, for example, and there is automatic blood circulation in the body. So there are many activities that are necessary for human survival, and they happen automatically as part of instinct. And as for intelligence, I think that takes just a part of the human activity, and that is not 100% of the human activity. So we have many things happening automatically and also by instinct. And so that is why I go back to consciousness. And we have the changing environment, and we actually apply intelligence unconsciously. So we have signals from the outside world, and we interpret that signal. So if it's a tiger, then yes, we interpret that as danger. Now, as for the meaning of the signal, if the meaning is always the same, then we can act automatically, and that will be right. However, what about in a situation where the meaning of the signal is different all the time? So in that sense, then you will have to make some conscious analysis and apply intelligence to act appropriately. And so I have some ideas about the signals and the meaning of the signals being different all the time. Professor Jin-Seok?
I believe that what determines our survival is not consciousness or intelligence, but instinct. So you can see that our intake, breathing, everything has to do with our instincts. However, we're talking about survival that goes beyond our instincts. When we say intelligence, it's not only about survival. It's about enhancing the quality and quantity of survival. So you can see that we try to continue on to create tools that will help us enhance the quality of life as well as lengthen life. AI and intelligence, at the end of the day, it's not just about survival. It's about going beyond that. We have an even higher ideal state that we want to achieve. So Professor Kim, what was your question again? So intelligence, the motive behind the survival of intelligence, it also probably has to do with the changing environment. And do you agree to this comment? Was my question. I believe everything that human beings do is about understanding the world and managing and controlling the world. It's about providing tools that will help him or her control this environment. So they try to respond to the environment, to the world, in order to enhance the quality and quantity of survival. So I believe that our intelligence responds to the environment. If the environment does not change, then why would we need intelligence? It's to respond to the ever-changing environment. Is there anything that you would like to add, Professor Jin-Seok? Professor Choi Chun half-jokingly threw in a comment, so if I may also add to that. I believe that the reason why we're afraid of AI is because it started to have a self-evolving mechanism. We also call this deep learning. In other words, humans created AI, but it seems as if it's going beyond that. Of course, deep learning is in its initial phase, so I cannot guarantee that this will happen. However, you can see that this intelligent machine, maybe it can evolve. There is this suspicion out there because what's evolution? It's about responding to the environment, and it's about creating a better way to survive in this ever-changing environment. Therefore, some may think that AI, it cannot evolve, and maybe we'll have to wait hundreds, thousands of years to draw a conclusion. However, I think it's better to see that AI can evolve. So even for machines, is that correct? For machines, I believe that if it can change its state or form compared to what it was like when it was first generated, then I think this is evolution. We're seeing advancement in materials, and we also see mechanisms that connect these materials, enhancing in sophistication. And you can see that this may create a completely new and different form. So as a layperson, I believe that this can be possible. And in addition, human beings go through a scientific and intelligent process, and they really need to do, and they want to do what's on their minds. And I believe that AI can probably evolve by itself. And it's about whether it can clone itself. At the end of the day, this would be the critical question at hand. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Choi Chun.
Yes, so I would like to answer the question put together by Professor Choi Jin-Seok. So, evolution. Well, actually, this means change. So we have one machine or one individual organism, and if that changes, that is change. However, evolution, well, we have to have change within the entire species. And we have to have more individuals within the species that go through that change, and they become fitter in the environment. And such properties have to be delivered to the next generation, and the frequency of such characteristics have to change. Now, in AI, we talk about evolution, but it's not really evolution because it's just change within that one single machine. So, Professor Choi, you and I, we live and we end up with gray hair. That's change within an individual. So this change within an individual entity and evolution of the species is different. So I think we have to make that distinction. And that's why I am saying AI cannot evolve. Now, if once AI can have sex and can reproduce and have offspring, that some end up in failure, some end up successful, the successful ones end up surviving and flourish in the environment, and the entire species of this AI changes, then it will be evolution. But unless that happens, then in some sense, well, humans, we may have to live with very smart AI. This AI might be wonderful and have wonderful capabilities and may put many humans in misery, and we will be losing jobs, and many humans might lose their lives. However, will that AI be able to wipe out humans? I think that is very unlikely. And so, what do we need to worry about? Yes, we do have some concerns. We are worried about the fact that AI will be controlling the human species and AI will take over. That is possible. AI can replace HI in some sense, but I cannot quite agree to that because I cannot really see AI evolving. And our chair has talked about signals and what happens when the meaning of these signals change very often. And I think we can have two responses. First, we have the signals that keeps changing, and in that sense, the first response is to keep responding differently to these different signals. So we can make such observations in the natural system. Or the second response is that, well, once you see a signal, you lump all these signals together and just take it in as signal and then respond to that. And I gave that example of that rustling sound and the tiger. So rather than analyzing that sound, in that sense, if you hear a sound that is over a certain threshold, then in that sense you should just automatically respond rather than analyzing. So this is like a fire alarm. So once the fire alarm goes off, then you can choose to say, it's probably a false alarm. Last time I went out and I was very much inconvenienced by the fire alarm, but it was a false alarm, and you may choose not to exit the building. Or you can decide to leave the building once you hear that fire alarm. So in that sense, you have a certain threshold, and once there's a signal that goes over that certain threshold, then you choose to respond. So we had both types in nature. Now, maybe I did not make myself clear when I talked about the meaning of the signals changing. So the signal is the same, but the meaning of the signal keeps changing. And that was what I was talking about. So in that sense, if the meaning of the signal keeps changing, don't we need intelligence? Yes, we do. Now, we do not have AI right now that is able to think about the meaning of the signal. We have an AI that just automatically responds to certain signals in a certain way. However, humans are different because we doubt the signals. So even if we have a signal, we doubt the meaning of the signals. And this is a very sophisticated level of intelligence. And does AI have this level of intelligence? I don't think so. Not yet. Yes, I think you've made a very good point. So we need to have an AI that can doubt itself. Yes, that's very interesting.
제가 말씀해도 되나요?
Can I take the floor? Yes, please. Professor Choi Chun talked about the AI to doubt itself. And I would like to call this as negativity. And you can see that this type of intelligence is quite unique to human beings, the capability to doubt oneself. And I agree to what everything Professor Choi Chun said. But when there is something new, and AI is of course one of that, and when we think of AI, we're thinking about whether it can evolve and whether it can change. And I think that maybe we're perceiving change and evolution in the fashion of how we've been perceiving it all along, even before the advent of AI. But at least I believe with sophistication of deep learning, of course it may not enter into that phase of the verge of doubting oneself, but if it can reproduce, I believe that it can actually take on a path that's completely different from our traditional definition of evolution. In other words, it could be a world where evolution does not exist. However, the most important here is that the development of AI, whether it can also include reproduction as well, I think that's something that we have to stay tuned to. There are some questions posted on the online platform, and I can see that time is flying, but I would like to ask a couple of questions. I think I can click on a question and maybe we can portray that on the screen.
같이 읽도록 하겠습니다.
Yes, maybe I can read the question. So this is a question to Professor Chun. So you have continued your studies about the natural world and the animal world in terms of consilience. And so in order to create a better world, then what kind of intelligent phenomena should we focus on that can be observed in nature? Yes, that is a good question. And I don't think I can give you a clear-cut answer. Yes, actually, all good questions are very difficult to answer. And perhaps I'm repeating myself, but we have evolution in nature, and the biggest force behind that evolution is diversity and variation and change. And so we need to have options. We need to have different choices. And as for the AI and machines that we're creating, these machines and AI lack diversity. And even if we choose among these options, we are very unlikely to have a very powerful AI because the choice is limited to begin with. And so as for the question, I don't think I can give a specific example, a specific intelligence in nature that we can learn from, but I want to focus on the fact that diversity is important. And nature, once it has time, all it needs is time to show diversity. And we see many different variations. And even within one single species, once enough time is given, it splits into two species. And only humans are different, I think, because I did lifelong observation of nature and humans, and human is the only species where we try to reduce diversity. If someone says something strange, we frown upon these different opinions, and we try to seek a consensus. We all want to be on board. We want to be orderly. And so if you look at most human activities, well, according to my past observations, we try to reduce diversity. And we're the only animal that does that. So maybe we can learn that from nature. Maybe we can learn diversity. So I think that will be a very valuable lesson. Of course, it is not easy. If we have diverse people around us, well, you become distracted and you experience discomfort. You don't like these people because they're different. And so maybe that's human nature. And so it will not be easy to seek diversity because of these human natures. However, in that sense, maybe the Western world, the overseas countries are doing better because they are more tolerant towards diversity. They're not doing a perfect job, but at a conceptual level, in terms of discourse, they try to seek diversity. And I think many people are committed towards diversity. in other nations. But in Korea, perhaps we lack that commitment towards diversity. And so rather than learning from one specific characteristic of nature, maybe I would like to say that we can learn diversity from nature. That will be a very important piece of wisdom that we can get from nature. Yes, so Professor Choi did not point out a specific phenomena in nature, but you pointed out that we should learn to be diverse. I think we had more time to cover more questions, but I have one last question to the two panelists. So yes, I know I'm being selfish, but I would like to pose my question. So the question to both of you. The title of the session is Rethinking of Humans in the Age of AI. And this is linked to the question that I would like to give to the two panelists. Now we have humans and AI, and we are having a lot of discussions about the relation between the two and the difference between the two. But I'm more curious about this following question. Now, in the case of humans, it could be the identity of humans, or it could be the human intelligence. Anyhow, in the case of humans, do you think we can describe the human intelligence in a materialistic way?
저는 물질적이고 기계적으로
So a materialistic or a mechanical way way exists. But when we say materialistic or mechanical, I don't think it is as clear-cut as how we understand today.
그럼 김민영 교수님께 제가 이렇게 질문해 볼게요.
So let me give a question to Professor Kim.
수학적으로 설명할 수 있으니까
Can you mathematically explain a concert? Well, it really depends on that concert. It could be very complex and complicated. So out of the many musical phenomenon, some may be explained in a mathematical way. But as you are very well aware, experiencing music is not something that can be divided into a couple of specific instances. Yes, so these physical and mathematical explanations cannot be done for everything. But with the efforts to do that, I think that human beings evolve by trying to find a way to do that. So right now, there could be areas that cannot be explained in a mathematical fashion, and it's not like it's impossible. It's just that we haven't been able to find the way to do that. So I once again believe that we can explain in a scientific fashion. However, it's just that we don't know how to do it right now. We haven't been able to find that way. So that's my perception. That's my perspective. So once again, I believe that it can be explained in a materialistic fashion, and just because we don't know how to do it now doesn't mean that it cannot be explained in a scientific or mathematical fashion. It's just that we haven't found the right time to do that because we don't know how to do it right now. Yes, thank you. Professor Chun, your take on this?
저도 명색이 과학을 하는 사람.
Well, I am a scientist. And Professor Jin-Seok, well, he is a philosopher, and even a philosopher has said that yes, it is possible to describe in a materialistic and mechanical way. So I'm not going to go against what Professor Jin-Seok has said. Now, I studied biology all my life, and we have other disciplines in science, and I now see that physics and chemistry is very, very different from biology. And there are new findings in these fields. Now, in nature,
과연 이거를 언젠가는 설명 가능하게 될지 또 어떤
we
면에서
have a
이게
term
설명해야 되는 문제인지도 가끔은 의심도 하지만요.
called emergent properties.
심장세포를
And we have cells from the heart or from the liver. And if we just put together these cells from the liver, that just becomes the liver. However, if we put together cells of the heart and put that together, it creates not just the heart, but it starts beating. It becomes a pacemaker. Now, if you look at the individual heart cells, and if you look at the properties of these cells,
알고 있다고 생각하는데 그 세포들을 다 모아놨을 때 걔가
you can see that once you combine these cells, it creates a pulse, it creates a heartbeat.
지금 현대
And with modern science, we cannot explain this, and that's not something we can predict using modern science. Of course, we have physics and chemistry. Using these theories, we cannot explain the creation of this heartbeat. And I believe that in nature, we have unpredictability and we have serendipity, and these things happen all the time.
설명해야 되는
And should we be able to explain these coincidences as well? Will we be able to explain these coincidences in the future? I ask these questions all the time, and maybe our Choi is the better person to answer this question because he's a mathematician.
예, 어떻게 보면은 기대하고
Yes, in some
기대되는 답변이
sense, I think your answer, the answers that I received were quite unexpected because I was expecting other answers.
재진석 교수님께서는 오히려 가능한 것
And of course, the two scholars had different answers from each other as well. So one person says yes, one person says no. So it's quite interesting. Now, having said that, I would like to ask a linked question. I think we need to think about the relationship between HI and AI. So with AI, I think we can go into the specifics. We have these specific machines based on AI. And maybe we can learn some lessons from AI, lessons about HI, that is. Can we learn about HI from AI?
그 인간의 지능에 대해서
If I may
가르쳐주는
answer
바가
that question.
무엇을 가르친다는 것은
So teaching something,
부분이 있다는 것을 전제로 하는 거지
and
않습니까?
here the presumption is that there is an area that you do not know.
저는 어떤 개인적인 사람에 따라서는
I believe that, well, it of course depends on the person, but rather than teaching someone, I believe that AI can assist the process of enhancing HI. It can be of assistance.
어떻게 최재천 교수님하고 저하고
And
최재천 교수님이 하실
Professor,
대답을 제가 한 것
well,
같아서
Choi Chun, it seems as if the answers what I said was something that should have come out from Professor Choi Chun and the other way around. So I think it was quite interesting. But as you know, there is the area of, let's say, mystery. There are things that cannot be explained, which we call mysterious, or we call it a mystery.
생물학하고 화학을 볼 때
If we look at biology and chemistry,
생물학자가 볼 때는 화학의
chemistry in the eyes of
설명할 수 없는
biology,
화학이 있을 겁니다.
there are probably areas that cannot be described or explained, and it's the other way around. In other words, there are areas that cannot be explained by chemistry and physics, and areas in physics that cannot be described may exist in math and philosophy.
또 설명할 수 없는 그 부분들이
But the areas that cannot be described, you can see that there are these domains within these disciplines, and we call this as abstract. And depending on that, and depending on the level of abstraction, you can see that these domains exist, and it can be greater than the other.
우리한테 영원히 이 신비의 영역은 남아있을 수밖에
And I believe that these area of abstraction or mystery will remain forever.
야금야금 이 신비할 수 없는
However,
설명할 수 없는 이
what
신비의
human
영역을
beings are doing
조금씩 야금야금 설명에
is
들어가고
to
있다.
describe and explain these areas of these mysterious areas one by one. So once again, just because we cannot describe it right now doesn't mean that we can't describe it forever.
호모사피엔스가 존재하는 한 그 영역까지
As long as we have the Homo sapiens, we may not be able to conquer the entire domain of mystery. However, we are taking a step-by-step approach. And I think that we're moving towards that phase of abstraction to explain bits of the domain of mystery. Yes, thank you very much. And there's a quick joke that comes to my mind. I'm not sure whether it would be appropriate, maybe a bit inappropriate. Yes, please proceed, it's okay. So that joke was the following. A chemist is a failed physicist, and a physicist is a failed mathematician, and a mathematician is a failed philosopher, and a philosopher is a failed human being. There was this joke out there, so I'm not sure whether you agreed to this joke.
우리 집사람 얘기 들으면
Well, I think it's correct in the words of my wife. So what about biologists?
어디 그 적당히
So maybe you can add to that.
예, 그러면은 그 최지성 교수님은 어떻게 생각하세요?
Yes, so what do you think, Professor Choi Chun? So we're not talking about just intelligence, but we are trying to make some machines to emulate some biological being. So we have robots, we create robots and have robots compete with one another. And so maybe we can learn something from these machines, learn something about biology? Yes, of course. As we study AI, we learn about the mechanisms of the human brain, and we receive many insights. And so, yes, of course, that's only natural. And in some sense, well,
AI 연구를 하다 보니까 AI는 도저히 할 수 없을 것 같다.
I looked at the area of AI, and I keep finding areas where AI will not be able to make progress when we compare it to HI. Because among humans, we have interaction, and many things come out of interaction among humans, and AI will not be able to do that, or it's not able to do that right now. And so all these efforts, I think, ultimately lead to the question to who are we? What are humans? And I think these thoughts actually contribute to developing the AI and AI-based machines. Yes, thank you very much. And you are quite correct. So we study AI, and that is actually helping us receive insights about the meaning of being human and also about human intelligence. And of course, by developing machines, of course, that is making our lives more convenient, but it is actually furthering our understanding about humans as well. So I think time is almost up, and as a mathematician, I'm not sure if I'm a good mathematician, but anyhow, I would like to reach some sort of conclusion for this session. And I think this is in line with what Professor Jin-Seok has said. And so these were the thoughts that I had. Now, as for a mathematician, if I compare to other disciplines, well, we have some similarities and differences compared to other disciplines. And you talked about the inclusion relationship, and math is rather universal, and the results of math can be applied to other disciplines, so it's rather universal. However, due to the characteristics of math, well, we tend to obsess on many things, but one of these obsessions will be a accurate definition. Mathematicians, we are rather obsessed with giving an accurate definition. And so we put heavy emphasis on logic. Now, as for logic, this is emphasized by philosophers, of course, and other scientists as well. But mathematicians, we think that a clear definition is very, very important. So if a physicist talks about electric fields, then we feel that we need a very accurate definition about that. So increasing fitness, what is the Korean term for that?
피트니스의 증가, 피트니스를 우리말로 뭐라고?
So what is the Korean term for fitness? Yes,
그런
I got the Korean term. Now, as for that becoming more fit in the environment, we try to define that in a very accurate way. And by doing that, we are trying to further the development of different disciplines and the world. But what is interesting here is this. We are trying to define the phenomena of the world very accurately in a mathematical way. And by doing that, we lose many other aspects and characteristics. For example, we have physics. And it is a well-defined discipline, and we try to define these physical phenomena in a mathematical way, and it is accurate. However, the physicists are not quite comfortable. They keep pointing out that there is something missing from that accurate mathematical definition or equation. And so, well, mathematical descriptions, we are trying to accurately describe the world, but we are missing something in this process, and that is what the other disciplines make up for. And so in math, it is the same. Maybe we don't understand the whole picture, but bit by bit, we're trying to solve these many mysteries that remain in the world. And so that was my interpretation as a mathematician to what was said by Professor Jin-Seok. I know that this session can go on forever and ever, but time is limited and our time is up. And so humans are thinking discourse. And I think we need to wrap up this discourse right now. And I would like to go back to my opening. So, as Professor Michael Jordan has said yesterday, if we become obsessed with just the most fundamental questions, then we cannot move on. So, at some level, we have to become practical. And when we speak to our students, I ask my questions to be practical and solve the practical questions and problems, and then, but from time to time, think about the fundamental questions. And these fundamental questions, well, sometimes it hurts us, but many times it can be very helpful for the development of humans. So I think this debate was very helpful in that sense. And on that note, I would like to wrap up this session, and I want to thank our two panelists. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 정말 한 자리에서 뵙고
Yes, thank you very much. We have prominent speakers here today, and thank you very much. I would like to extend my gratitude to our three speakers, three scholars. A big round of applause,
자,
please.
이제 이것으로 트랙 A
With this, we would like to conclude the first session of track A, and at 10:40, we will begin the second session of track A under the theme Revamping Education in the Age of AI. I will see you back in a while. Thank you.
참가자 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 글로벌 인재 포럼
Ladies and gentlemen,
번째 세션이 시작됩니다.
session A-2 of today's forum will begin shortly. Please take your seats. And those of you who are still outside, please come in and take your seats. Simultaneous interpretation is provided throughout the forum. So Korean is on channel number 1 and English is on channel number 2. You will find translation receivers at your desks. Please leave the translation receivers when you leave your seat. So online, you can see the translation captions, and also we have caption services provided for the hearing impaired. If you have any questions, or if you have any questions about the presentation slides or the program book, please use the link which has been sent to you through short message service. You can follow the link to the form application to put up your question. Also, you can refer to page 10 of the program book. Also, if you are on YouTube, you can follow the link to Eventus in order to put up your questions. There will be a simple registration process. And also, please switch your mobile phones to vibration mode. Thank you.
네, 여러분께서는 글로벌 인재 포럼 2020
This is session A-2, Redesigning Schools in the Age of AI. So we will now begin session A-2. So in this session, we will be posing many important questions because we now live in a world where we can ask for knowledge to AI genie. So during such an era, what should we learn? What should we teach? And what kind of knowledge and capabilities should humans have? And so we will be discussing future direction of education and rerouting the curricula in the future. The moderator of this session will be President Woo-Seung of Hanyang University, and we have two speakers, Mr. Minhyong and Mr. Lee.
Thank you very much. As was introduced, this session will be on revamping education in the age of AI. We have 90 minutes and two speakers. And as was mentioned, Professor Kim Minhyong is a distinguished professor of University of Warwick, and he has 4 books on number theory. And as for CEO Lee Yong-deok, he is from Dream and Futures Labs. For 30 years, he worked in the semiconductor industry. So he will be talking about what education should look like as a person from industry. He also was the CEO of NVIDIA. So we will have Professor Kim to provide his presentation, and then CEO Lee Yong-duk. AI for all, AI for everyone, and AI for everything is something that we've been hearing quite often these days. And we can see that AI probably will be a part of our everyday life. 140 years ago, Edison, when he invented the light bulb, it was the era of electricity. And just like that, AI is about actually giving life to an inactive object. In other words, with electricity, everything that can run will be can become AI. So whether we like it or not, AI is something that's with us forever. So I once again believe that it will be a part of our everyday life. In order to be an AI powerhouse, we need to make sure to take full advantage of AI. And to become such a country, we need to develop such talents. Education, of course, I believe is the most important infrastructure to do that. So AI for the general public is something that's critical as well. Therefore, I'd like to ask Professor Kim to give us a presentation on that, and then Mr. Lee Yong-duk. So, Professor Kim, your presentation, please.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. I would like to thank the hosts for inviting me to this session, and I want to thank the chair for that kind introduction. Now, I am in the field of math, and I would like to I think some of you expected me to talk about some specific information about math in the age of artificial intelligence, but actually that's not what I'm going to be talking about. So I'm sorry to disappoint some of you. Now, first of all, I would like to talk about math education in Korea. So I meet many students and many workers, many teachers, and I have my subjective view, and I think the math education level is very high in Korea. But even if we look at PISA results, you can see that math education in Korea, the level is very high. And so I'm sure you have seen these PISA results in the papers. And I have data here from 2012, 2015, and 2018. So there is assessment every 3 years, and you can see that Korea always ranks among the top nations. Now, I currently reside in the UK, and many British people think that the level of math is very high in Korea, and there was a BBC program heavily criticizing the math education in the UK. But when I talk about these things in Korea, this is the response that I get. Well, PISA is just looking at the achievements of the students. They're only looking at test results. They don't really know what is happening in the schools, and they don't really know about the true math education in Korea. And maybe in some sense that is true. Now, however, on the other hand, we talk about the pros of Finland education, for example, and we don't really look at the details. We don't look at the problems of the Finnish system. We look at the advantages and the pros. And so, of course, we are Koreans, and we look at our system from the inside, and of course, we look at the worst cases, and we try to compare that with the best cases in Finland, and we try to criticize the system of Korea. That tends to happen. And there was a newspaper article saying that in Korea, many students give up on math early on. And that the level of math among the students was only 28th in the OECD survey. And as for Finland, the interest in math was 29th in Finland versus the 28th in Korea, so not very different. And there were other countries, Belgium and Japan and so forth, and they were ranking very high in math achievement, but also their rank in terms of interest in math was rather low. So this is quite complicated. So we are looking at just the result, we're not looking at the process, but actually the math level of Korea is quite high. I think that's the overall conclusion that we can reach. And the reason behind this are manifold. Some are good, some are bad. And of course, we need to criticize the bad reasons. However, for the good reasons, we need to build on these strengths. So let me give you some specific examples. Now, we have a very big strength of the Korean education system, and it is the ability of the Korean teachers. I can compare to the teachers in the UK and the US, and I am confident that the Korean teachers are very capable compared to these other nations. It is highly competitive in Korea in order to become teachers, and I believe that these great students in school actually become teachers. And there's a lot of development programs and training programs for teachers. And we have these Seoul Center for Teacher Development, and this is something that is unthinkable in a country like UK, for example. And so we have these great strengths, and that's what I wanted to emphasize. Now, as for the teachers, their professionalism and their capabilities, well, this is all great, but there are some weaknesses as well. Now, it is not easy for the teachers to be active in the academia. There are many teachers who want to get together and engage in scholarly activities and actually publish papers and books and so forth. However, they want to have a more systematic way of approaching math from a discipline perspective. And so, yes, teacher development and training them on teaching these subjects, that's great. But I think we need to provide more opportunities so that these teachers can approach math from a scholar's perspective. Now, in the US and UK, the team activities are mostly sports. And of course, my children went to school in these other nations, and actually, I wanted my kids in order to team up with other students and do some academic activity. But these team activities were mostly sports. So I found that disappointing. So there were about 6 hours of schooling in these overseas nations. And after school, the students have to think about how to fill their time. And the students in Europe and the US, you may think that they are engaged in very creative activity. Maybe that's true in some sense, but in many cases, these students may do drugs or go partying, and especially the low-income families, they are at a disadvantage and they engage in many activities that are frowned upon. Now, 9% of the 11-year-olds have tried drugs at some points in these other nations. And I don't have accurate data on the frequency, but 30% of the 15-year-olds do drugs once a week. They said it was okay to do drugs once a week. A lot of statistics on alcohol as well. So 15-year-olds, 66% of them drink several times a year. And 14% said that they drink at least once a week. These are 15-year-olds. So this is what I'm trying to say. So we have these adolescents, and they are trying to use their time and energy wisely. But many countries and many students are having trouble doing that. Now, what about Korea? I think too much effort and energy is being used to study and to get into college. There's a lot of criticism about that. So maybe we can fully utilize the organizational skills, but put our students' time and effort to better use. Now, we need many changes, but the people who are participating in the changes, they are being conservative. They are saying that we have to conserve the good and change in a very prudent way. And of course, I'm sure there are many educators who are more knowledgeable about this. And we have this high level of mathematics education in Korea, and we don't want to lose that status by doing a bad job of changing our curricula. And so we have to keep this risk in mind, and we have to come up with a curricula that responds well to the AI era. Now, in the AI era, well, how can we carry out mathematics education? Now, I think I can think about two different perspectives here. First of all, how much knowledge does the general public need to have about AI, and how much math is needed? And I think Mr. Lee Yong-deok will give us some very specific examples there, so I will not go into the details here. Now, as for what type of math, how much math is needed, it is actually probability, vector, and matrix, and factoring, for example. And I'm not going to go into the details here. I think we will hear more from Mr. Lee. And in this case, I'm not worried too much, because I think as the need responds, we can change the curricula. And if we go back 2,500 years, we had division, and the division was done only by experts. But now it's quite different. Even high school students do calculus. And so as the need arises and as humans evolve, I think we can bring in more math if that is needed for the general public. Now, one point that I want to make is this. In terms of understanding AI, well, these abilities that we need to understand AI, these capabilities are not exclusive to understanding AI. It can be used to understand other things. So in the modern world, if we do not understand science, we will not be able to understand the world. And actually, math is the language that is used to describe science. And so that is why we need to have deeper mathematical culture. And so we can have these capabilities that will further our knowledge, will bring about peace of mind. But on the other hand, it will also lead to development of technology and so forth, and the development of AI and all that. And so that is why there is more and more need for math experts. However, even the general public will have to have a further understanding about math in order to fully participate in this democratic society and become a member of society. And we will have different workplaces, and in all workplaces, we will need understanding of AI and math. And what do we need for individuals to fully live their lives? What kind of education will these individuals need to receive? Now, there is another important contact point between education and AI. We have an impact that will come from AI. In order to understand AI, we have to learn math. However, AI can actually help our students learn math. Now, I am not an expert in AI, but in terms of math education, I have really thought hard from a long time ago about the necessity of AI. Now, as a student, if you meet a great teacher or tutor, it is very helpful. Now, in the Oxford education system, it is a very elite education system. And students can receive one-to-one tutorial learning from the professors. This is very common at Oxford. And depending on the level of the student and the characteristics of the student, the right tutor can be provided, and the learning is very efficient. Now, such customized training and teaching, it will require a lot of human resources. Perhaps AI can do this. And we have been having this idea from several years ago, and many efforts are going on throughout the world. And I think we have the UTech session that is discussing this very important topic during this forum. And so to the people who develop such technology, I would like to give you a task. For example, we have different levels among the students, and you're working on the customized systems. But as a teacher, I often think that the personality of the students are different as well, and we need to have different systems that befit the personality. Some cases you have to be firm to the student. Sometimes you have to spoon feed the student, and it may be different from student to student. So the personality difference has to be considered as well. And so I think that's a task for the AI technology developers. Now, AI, as I have just said, can become a very important helper to humans. However, at the same time, there are some mysterious aspects of AI, and there are many learnings to educators here as well. Now, I would like to go into some personal information. I forgot to turn my slides. So this is the computer simulation of neurons. And this is what I'm trying to say. Now, when I was about to enter college, at that time I was very much interested in AI. And at that time, there was a book called Gödel Asher Bach, or GEB, and I was very much influenced by this book by Douglas Hofstadter. And so there are three characters: the logician, artist, and composer. And this book was misunderstood in many cases, and many people thought that it was a book that talked about the coming together of these different disciplines. However, a fundamental question that this book talked about was whether AI was possible. Now, there are many premises, many ideas thrown by this book, and at that time, when I was young, I did not fully understand the book. But now that I look back, I think many of the fundamental questions and the premises are actually true. And this book was actually published between the emergence of AI. And the 20th anniversary edition came out recently, and I looked at the preface. And the author gave some very negative thoughts about AI, and I was rather surprised, because the AI was an important idea in the book in the beginning, and it was an important idea put forth by the author. The author was not interested in making a machine that had AI as a basis. So the author was not interested in a machine that just imitated the intelligence of humans. It was not a machine that could think on its own. And if we can create intelligence, that does not mean that we can fully understand intelligence. So what is intelligence? Now, this is related to neuroscience as well. And so will we be able to get answers about intelligence from the area of neuroscience? Now, we have intelligence, which is a natural phenomena, and it is based on the activities of the brain. Now, as for describing the intelligence, will that give us a full definition about the experience of intelligence? We have Mind and Cosmos, which is a book that is published by this philosopher Thomas Nagel. We have the buttons on the electric calculator, so 3 plus 5, and then you press enter or equals. And then you get 8 on the screen. And why do we get that answer 8? As for the person who made the calculator, he will explain how the circuit was created and how the electrical mechanisms will work. However, this is the question posed by Mr. Nagel. Now, is that a perfect explanation about the phenomena that happens? So we get 8 through the work of the electric current circuit, but is that a full answer? I am curious as to what you think about this question. So if we have a understanding based on materialism, is that complete? Is that all? Well, Nagel has talked about objective observation and subjective analysis, and he described these two, and he wanted to transcend materialism, and he pointed out the limits of materialism. And so we have materialism-based reality, but that is not all. But in some cases, we overemphasize materialism. And this goes back to that book, the GEB, and we have the mathematician Gödel in the book, and even math fails to have a mechanistic understanding about phenomena. And so intelligence or education that changes the mind of the humans, basically we can say that these materialism does not provide the full picture. Understanding the materialism aspect will not paint the complete picture. So we have different computer systems that are out there, and we fully understand what is going on within these machines. So once the computing system breaks down, then we try to correct the problem by fixing the code or the system. But that's like trying to cure human illness by looking at the state of the individual cells and trying to fix the illness by fixing these individual cells. And so there is a movement to return to the basics, and perhaps we need to understand that we do not know the basic thinking of the AI. We only understand the components and the electrical mechanism, for example. And so here I show you a paper. The title here is The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Deep Learning in Artificial Intelligence. And there are many mysterious aspects left in the area of AI. And AI is not giving us full-fledged insights into HI. And so I think we lack the fundamental understanding about AI. And I don't think we are at a point where we can discuss the future direction of human education with certainty. So we have nature, we have humans, and then we have the machines created by humans. And we need to have a sense of awe as we look at these systems. And perhaps that is what we need, and that is an important lesson that we can draw from the mysteries of AI. Now, as for future society, when we discuss future society, well, actually, we discussed in session A-1. Now, many people are already fearing the existence of AI. However, one thing I want to point out is this. Human beings, from the very beginning all the way to the first industrial revolution, we were afraid of nature. And we were actually cautious against other human beings. And we were only able to overcome that fear not long ago. And so if you meet someone on the street, you have to decide whether this person is an enemy or whether that person is a friend. And I think we overcame that, but that was very recent, actually. And so potential to harm us, that potential to harm us, that exists in nature as well. And so this is my opinion. I don't think that we need to have fear about these machines. It's no different from having fears about other human beings. And as humanity, as we mature as an entire species, I think we can overcome these fears. We developed civilization and we were able to extend the boundaries of altruism. And by doing that, we will be able to coexist peacefully with AI and also with machines. So in conclusion, well, this is a conclusion from a liberal arts perspective. So here I have a picture of the poet William Wordsworth. And here I would like to refer to the prelude written by Wordsworth. It's quite lengthy, but I would like to look at just part of it.
more beautiful than the earth on which he dwells. 이게 결론에 나오는 부분인데
So this
굉장히
is the conclusion part of a very long poem. And many people question the phrases here because the mind of the human beings, it is said that it is 1,000 times more beautiful than the earth. And so Wordsworth was always praising nature, was always saying that nature was beautiful in his poems. But here in the conclusion of the prelude, he's saying that the mind of the human being is 1,000 times more beautiful than the earth. And so we have this boundary, distinction between AI and humans and machines. And we think that distinction is clear, but I don't think that is true. I think that this distinction can be blurry. And we have many difficult tasks given to us by nature, and we have continued to solve these questions in the past. And so if you think of it from that perspective, I think it makes this poem much more easier to understand. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Kim. I am an engineer, and the perspective that I have as an engineer and the perspective that you have from the point of a mathematician is actually quite different. And so in relation to education, I think that's the topic that we are all interested in, so I will ask follow-up questions. And so we have many people here in the hall, and we have people participating online. So please write down your questions so we can handle them later on.
Moving on, we would like to talk about AI education with the perspective from the industry. Yongdo Lee or David Lee will be talking about what we should do if we look into the current trends. So I think that he may have some criticism as well. Yes, thank you very much. And Professor Kim, thank you very much for your presentation, especially the very last poem really gave me a ringing. Thank you very much. President of Hanyang University, Professor Kim Woo-Seung, and Professor Kim, I'm very happy to be with these two prominent figures. Professor Kim is a mathematician, and President Kim is in mechanical engineering. And as a person from the semiconductor industry for 30 years, I think that it's quite interesting to look into the perspective in the eyes of math, mechanical engineering, and industry, and try to bring that all together to introduce the right way forward for education. So AI in the eyes of industry. and what we should do about education will be the topic of my presentation. It's been more than 10 months since the outbreak of COVID-19. Since February, we've suffered from this pandemic. Peter Diamandis, who wrote Abundance last year, was The Future is Faster Than You Think. So this was actually the title of that book. And I bought this book, and as soon as I received this book, for 2 days, I really read every line by line. And the point here was that there was acceleration of technology, and that now everything would be reborn in the reverse order. In other words, convergence with technology was to accelerate and accelerate. As a person in the industry, of course, I agree to that comment. But the cause behind acceleration, what was that? You can see that this cartoon has many meanings to it. There are multiple messages. So who led the digital transformation of your company was the question posed. A was CEO, B CTO, and C, it also starts with C, doesn't it? COVID-19, the 3 C's. And you can see that it's checked at COVID-19. I don't know about you, but due to this untact situation, you can see that there is an acceleration to the development of software as well as relevant platforms. I'll have to agree on that one. And Forbes, this is an article that was out in February. Digital transformation and the acceleration of digital transformation was attributable to COVID-19, was what 97% of the executives said. And you can see that here, 95% say that they're looking for new ways to engage customers, and 79% say COVID-19 increased budgets for digital transformation. So these were the responses from those surveyed. So I went on Google. Digital transformation and COVID-19 were the search words, and you can see that there were so many flood of articles on these two topics, and this actually caught my eye. It indicates that digital transformation was accelerated by 5.3 years due to COVID-19. This was an interesting title. So you can see that COVID definitely has become a motive as well as a medium for digital transformation. COVID is, as you can see, leading to disruptive changes in our everyday life. And I believe the most critical change in our everyday life is work from home and online classes. Harvard Business Review, the November and December version, had its title, The Work From Anywhere Future. It was a special edition of 30 pages, and it talked about work from home for the past 9-10 months and on the consequences and also what the future will look like. So it was quite interesting, and you can see that the office is now our new future. This work from home system, even after COVID-19, will it stay with us? You can see that there are plans and anticipations indicated here in this article that there will be a hybrid type of form of working. And if you look at all of the schools, elementary, junior, and high schools, they have these online courses, and homeschooling is also gaining the spotlight. You can see that the parents, teachers, and for the students, in order to make sure that homeschooling is effective, we will need to develop more methods and tools. So the online classes, and in order to enhance the quality and quantity of schooling, the right methods need to be introduced. So this is an urgent task. COVID-19 did have a significant impact on education that we cannot deny. In 2017, the late Clayton Christensen talked about disruptive change. He was very well known for that term. In 2017, he indicated that in 10-15 years, 50% of universities, so 50% of the 4,000 universities in the US will be bankrupt. And there's also a sentence below. It says that corporate universities is the big competition for Harvard Business School. And this anticipation, I think, is actually closer than expected due to COVID. Ohio State University's Professor Richard Vedder says that U.S. colleges will meet a Great Depression. This was what he said in the Forbes in June. And you can see that there were 5 points that he raised. So what is the crisis at hand for colleges? You can see that the lack of the cash, the lack of federal support, and subsidies, donations, and the lack of overseas students, and the overall lack of students. So this article indicates that there will be a consolidation of colleges, and for the mid and low-level colleges, they will have to change. So this is a part that was indicated in the Forbes. And you can see that not only in Korea but around the world, colleges and universities are facing financial difficulties. I'm sure that you've heard of that on the news and in the media. So COVID is with us. But in 2020, the massive open online courses, or MOOC, was introduced. And we were able to enjoy the lectures of scholars online. After the lecture, if we do pay a certain sum of we were also able to get a certificate. So this is the reality. In 2012, Andrew, who created Coursera, and for Korea in 2015, K-MOOC was successfully launched. There are about 25 universities and the scholars of these universities where you can enjoy by using this system wherever and whenever. And the cyber universities of Korea are quite sound in the industry. There are about 300 to 400,000 students that study via the cyber university, and there is also the Minerva School. So MOOC, cyber universities, and the Minerva School. You can see that they are in collaboration with the traditional schools, but there's also certain confrontation and competition. When we think about the fundamentals of education, we can say it's about transmitting and sharing academic knowledge. And you can see that whether it be online or offline in the classrooms, you can see that their performance is critical in enhancing the quantity and quality of schooling. Now let us move on to Silicon Valley and also on EduTech. You can see here we have Google, IBM, and Apple. Many IT companies do not put much value on the college graduation certificate. I'm sure that you've heard of such news and also read the articles. And let me take the example of Google. In Google, so for those that pay a monthly subscription of $49, and if they enroll in this course for 6 months, they are hired in Google. You can see that this is a different way. And I've actually visited Google's education homepage, the website, and you can see that the title is Classroom Education is Evolving. So here, you can see the strategy that they have, the philosophy that they have behind how knowledge is being transferred.
Changes. Google for Education partnered with a global team of researchers to examine evidence-based shifts in classroom education. Here's what we found. Educators and parents are helping students develop new skills to problem solve, safely navigate the digital world, and prepare for future careers. And inside the classroom, there's a desire to empower students to choose what and how they learn, with classroom structures evolving to match. Technology's role is evolving as well, helping to connect schools and guardians in new ways, saving educators time, and enabling innovation in schools across the globe. Join us and explore the future of the classroom.
자, 지금 보시는 영상에서
What you just saw explains
목소리를 정확히 반영을 해서
how Google is catering to the demands of industry. Through their contents and through their programs, they intend to nurture the right talents for industry. These are the 3 key points in this video, and I think that we really need to give some more thought to these 3 points. Regarding Google education, it's about helping students to develop new skills and problem solving. And the second is to help to navigate digital world and prepare for future career to be matched with evolving technology. And third, Google for Education exists to empower students what to learn and choose. Many in the industry probably graduated from college or university, and what's happening is they're trying to recruit those out from university. It takes them 6 months about to a year to train them to fit their respective companies. I'm an adjunct professor in Ewha Women's University for 3 years now, and if I may give you some feedback, we have students that want to get employed, and you can see that in this ever-changing environment, it's important for the talents to evolve as well and adapt, and I think education needs to support that endeavor. Stanford University in the Silicon Valley and University of San Jose are some good examples. When they become when they become juniors at the university, once they're approved by certain corporations, what happens is they can actually take part in the projects of these corporations and credits are acknowledged. And what they do is they involve themselves in the project for the 2 years, from the junior to senior years, and they get credits, and then they can, at the end of the day, work for that company. So there is a collaboration between industry and academia. Technology is changing day by day, and you really need to be smart and nimble, and such an approach is of course necessary. In Korea, they always say that we lack AI talents and AI experts, and university professors are grappling with the idea of how to nurture the right talents, the right AI talents. And how will the companies be able to employ the right AI talents is probably what's on the minds of the CEOs of these corporations. Universities were focused on transmitting knowledge. And in the case of practical discipline, you can see that in the education industry, this is something that we really need to work on in an effective manner. If you look at Google and Apple, what they're trying to do is teach people for 6 months, and they want to have them fit the demands of the industry. But if we can have that along with problem-solving skills, you can see that this may be the right way to go. So reform in education, as was mentioned by Professor Clayton, a corporate university in some sense can be the catalyst for further change and some breakthrough change in the education sector. All of these companies on the screen no longer require a college degree, and they say that they will be looking at the candidates' qualities and skills than education. And we've been seeing this in the media.
자, 지금 이제 그 기업의 이제 하나의 어떤 그 대학 프로그램을 진행하는 말씀을 드렸고,
I've talked about certain university programs,
접합에서 나가고 있는가,
and I would also like to talk about how technology is grafted to education.
VR. And we're going to look at how earthquakes are actually made.
Google, Microsoft, and Apple are battling for dominance in classrooms like this. They all want their devices in the hands of the next generation of consumers.
And let's go ahead and do a screenshot of that, and so we can add that into our notes.
EdTech is big business. It's expected to hit $43 billion this year, with 46% of that growth happening in K through 12. So we wanted to find out who is winning in education.
Something like the layers of the earth is really hard to explain as a concept, and to be able to see it spinning and moving on the screen, it really comes alive for them.
At the Hamlin School in San Francisco, Rachel Davis's 6th grade science class uses Google's Virtual Reality Expeditions app on an Apple iPad to explore the layers of the earth.
Go ahead and look at it from different angles, like
자, 구글과 마이크로소프트와
Google and Microsoft and Apple, you can see that their technologies were brought together. And you've just seen a science class in California, Hamlet. And they're creating contents, educational contents, and they're developing the software to run these contents on, and they're applying the software to their hardware device. The classrooms and these IT companies of Google, Microsoft, and Apple, what they're doing is developing the contents, the software, and the hardware. And we're seeing acceleration in the development of all of these domains. And you've just seen that this market is going to be huge in the future. Another point I would like to make, Google has many software services. And it's about how we can utilize Google's technology to enable educators to better their teaching. So a training program is in place. If you go on YouTube, a 1-hour lecture, you can see, well, 2 or 3 of these lectures. And in the second semester, is running this classroom live on Zoom. And we've been listening to this lecture, an hour or hour and a half lecture, multiple times. And I wanted to find the right way to deliver my teachings via Zoom in an effective fashion. You can see that these contents are being developed and have it run on their software and hardware. And these software apps are being offered as a service, and they are leading the edutech industry. Holon has announced these results in 2025. Edutech market is to grow into a $7.8 trillion market. And if you look at this, now we'll have to think about what to do next. So these IT schools, led by the IT industry, and your traditional schools, a confrontation or a collaboration, what would be possible? We'll have to think about who should play what role. They're using their technologies, and they are bringing about change in the educational sector. For the past centennial, we had a certain form of schooling, but if we continue on with the same type of education, I don't think whether that's the right way to go. We'll have to think about another way to do this. And now I would like to talk about the future of education and then close. Google, Microsoft, and Apple, their schools and their classes would look something like this. You can see that this is an electronic chalkboard or a blackboard. You can see that the software, the contents, the hardware, the devices, this electric board, and you can see the tablets, the computers, the devices here on the desks. And what's important here is connectivity as well as cloud. And all of these contents and the software devices through intelligent IoT as well as 5G will run on the cloud. So in other words, it is an agglomeration of technology in its fullest. In 2019, in the end of 2019, Google launched the video that I just showed you, but we're seeing acceleration right now, and these IT companies are eyeing this market, and I believe that there will be even more active participation of these IT companies in the market. Whether it be online or offline, you can see that these classrooms are being managed and controlled by using AI. For instance, one is face recognition. AI will look into the faces of students to see whether they're concentrating, whether they're understanding the content. And as Professor Kim has mentioned, depending on their personality and traits, you can see that through this face recognition AI, it can be possible. It can be a factor that impacts schooling. And this is an example of a software being used in China. And now it's about experience, not direct experience, first-hand experience, but indirect experience. AI and AR and VR and mixed reality will enable an indirect experience at schools. And what's critical here would be the contents. AI and VR is brought together to provide better contents for students. And then we have the teaching robots, or the robot teacher. I'm going to show you a brief video. At the end of 2019 in Germany, there was a robot professor that made his debut.
How much learning material can you retain?
Jede Menge. Nur mit den Vorträgen hapert es noch. Da bin ich schlechter als ihr Menschen.
Yuki is Professor Jürgen Handke's assistant at Philipps University of Marburg in Germany. Handke is known as a digital teaching pioneer and one of the first professors to have a humanoid robot assistant. The professor uses an interactive teaching approach, which is made possible by Yuki.
Your final thing. Today, a number of you will write their.
It's the
자, 지금 첫 시도인데요.
This was an unprecedented attempt. The transfer of knowledge with a collaboration with technology can be more effective. In 2017, in the master's course on Georgia Tech, the professors actually created an assistant with AI algorithm. There are about 40,000 questions as well as answers, frequently asked questions and answers that was trained on this AI robot, and you can see that the students were directed to ask that question to this assistant, but he didn't say that it was AI. So when they did call up the assistant, the pronunciation was not that clear, but they didn't know that this was a robot. And at the end of the semester, the professor did reveal that the teaching assistant was an AI robot, and that was big news in the US in the past. I believe that education and IT, with the right collaboration, with the right integration, it will enhance efficiency and effectiveness of schooling. That's what I think. The robot teachers and the human teachers, if we define the roles clearly and if we engage in collaboration, I think that it will bring about some fruitful results. They say that now a just rote transfer of knowledge would be done by robot teachers, and the human teachers will be mentors to give them guidance on their careers as well as their concerns in their studies. So they say that human teachers will be focused more on the psychological aspect of education. Robots and voice recognition, and as we've seen in Georgia Tech, these AI assistants, this technology. And in addition to that, there are so many things that are being developed right now and are already being utilized. Many people ask me, David, what is AI? So what is AI? I say the following. It's intelligence that's made artificially in software. I believe that AI has both pros and cons on our everyday life, but in the case of cons, I'm not that much concerned about that. Because if you look at the AI software algorithm, humans developed this algorithm, and it's true that we may be seeing something beyond what we have right now of having to do with self-recognition. But I believe that AI isn't something to replace us. It's about collaboration. Past civilizations have gone down that path, and I believe that the next 2,000 years of civilization will be about collaboration between humans and technology. That's my take on the future. COVID indeed has accelerated the pace of change in education. It's true that it has unleashed this change. And as we've seen in the Google search, you can see that this change has been ushered in more quickly by 5.3 years. And I hope that education and technology can go together to complement one another. And it's about quality, efficiency, and I hope that both domains can contribute to that endeavor. And with that, let me close my presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Thank you. One speaker was a mathematician from the academia, and the other from the industry, and talked about education and AI.
So I have some questions for the two presenters, and also we are now collecting questions from the floor. So first of all, to Professor Kim, you talked about the contact point between AI and education, and you talked about the impact that AI can have on education, and you talked about the elite education system at Oxford. Now, we made a lot of efforts to provide. We make a lot of efforts to provide elite education to our students, and we have private tutoring and so forth. And you talked about the tutoring system at Oxford, and we lack human resources to provide customized one-to-one tutoring to all students. And you talked about utilizing AI. And Thomas Freeman said that we have to do a good job of providing IA in the era of IA. And here IA will stand for Intelligent Assistance. And so maybe that IA will be AI. And you talked about the many students giving up on math in Korea. So many students choose liberal arts and not science and engineering because they cannot stand math. And so perhaps we can have AI. We can utilize AI so that these students will become more interested in math. Any good ways to do that? Well, I think we can think about this from many aspects. I do not have the knowledge in specific education fields to fully answer that, but I think I can answer by talking about the limited experiences that I've had. Now, we have students, and they are at different levels in terms of math, and we have to provide the right level of questions and provide the right hints. And we are already developing such teaching technology. And in the future, this type of education and the related technology will become more sophisticated and further developed. And so we have differences in the students' level. So AI that takes that into consideration. That will happen in the future, and I think that will be effective. Now, is that enough to answer your question? Now, we have many students, and there are many people who want help. And an AI can provide tailored education. Now, having said that, in relation to that, maybe if AI can provide a lot of assistance, that it can help the students. And do you have any specific cases in terms of math? Well, there are some algorithms that have been developed. And when I look at these algorithms, they are not too effective. I think we have a long way to go. I think Mr. Lee is perhaps more knowledgeable about this.
Yes, math is difficult, but you can't just avoid it, can you? And math needed for algorithms even more difficult if we think of calculus and distribution, algebra, and so forth. Due to COVID-19, the students are all online for their classes, and there is a major issue at hand. You can see that the differential in aptitude amongst the students are getting wider. The top 10-20% remains. However, we have no middle ground, and the remaining are now all 60 to 7 on the lower 60 to 70% band. And I've talked about acceleration. And now we're seeing the advent of robots that can help close the gap. We're seeing these robots being developed to provide more teachings on a one-on-one basis for the low performers. And AI algorithm, if I may talk about the progress, when the students actually solve a couple of problems, the algorithm can analyze the lackings or the shortcomings of the student to provide a different level set of questions for the students. So we see these edutech algorithms being developed. And as was mentioned by Professor Kim as well, face recognition algorithm. It's about analyzing their eyes and their faces to see whether they understand the content, and also on how motivated they are with the class. Are they bored? So this can all be monitored and can be controlled by utilizing or providing different contents. So you can see that these are some of the technologies that are out there.
Yes, I think I failed to make this point. Now, at Oxford, we have the professors. And in order to hire these professors to give private tutoring, it's very costly. So by utilizing AI, we can have more access. And this tutoring system, catered tutoring system, can become more common among the students. Yes, some questions have come in. So first to Professor Kim. Now, we have coding as part of kindergarten training and elementary school training. And so how can we carry out AI education for these young children? Well, I'm very sorry. I don't think I can answer these type of questions because I'm a mathematician. And to answer this question, I will need to have a background in education. And of course, I am studying these areas, and I'm very much interested in these types of questions. Now, intuitively, I think this is how I can answer this. Now, to these young children, I don't think we have to consciously teach them about AI or have them think about AI. So they can learn the basics of math. And there are many ways of teaching the concepts of math, but I don't think we need to teach them the concept of programming or teach them about AI at that young age.
Let me share with you an experience. I've been mentoring many middle and high school students, and they ask, David, I want to be an expert in AI like Steve Jobs. What do I have to do now? And you can see here in the question, they talk about coding for young children. And when I am posed with this question, I ask, do you really want to become an AI expert? And if they say yes, and I tell them, you know AI is software. It's software programming. Are you aware of that? And they would say yes. And you have to be at your desk for 10, 12 hours, and you have to code the software just with the screens in front of you. And they'll now have questions. And I say, amongst the AI experts, there are those that code, those that focus on the mechanics. So you first have to think whether it really meets your personality and your aptitude. So if they say yes, if you really want to be an AI software programmer, then you really need to be good at math and you really need to study hard. If you do want to be an AI expert, then before you do any coding of AI, you really need to focus on math, because this mathematical algorithm and way to interpret that will, at the end of the day, make you an AI expert. So it's not about math to go to university. It's about math to become an AI expert. So that's what I tell them, tell these students. And you can see that this actually motivates them to go beyond advanced maths. There are many coding private institutes in Daejeon. But what I want to say is coding, software algorithm is like architecture. Those that majored in math, the reason why they're good is because this approach, the mathematical interpretation, translation, actually helps them build this software because it's an architecture. So for those that do want to be an AI expert, it's important to really take it step by step with math. Of course, it's not the drill courses that you need here. It's important to motivate them to continue on to have that interest in math. I think that's what's important. Yes, thank you.
Let me add to that. Yes, you made some very great points, and I welcome your comments as a mathematician. Now, what I was trying to say before was that we don't really need to do specialized education for these very young children. That was what I was trying to say. Now, regarding coding, I would like to maybe oppose to what has been said. Now, regarding coding, thinking about coding can actually help you study math. And so in order to order this machine to do some mathematical activities, you have to do a lot of mathematical thinking, so it can actually help you with math. So coding education can help with math education is what I'm trying to say. Yes, there are many questions regarding math, and yes, I can see that many people are interested in math, and math is a very basic discipline in the era of AI. So another question. So math education is becoming more important in the era of AI. However, math is technical, and it is an area of experts, and it seems to be rather cold and not very humane. Well, of course, Professor Kim, you look very humane. And so it is very difficult to emphasize the importance of math to our students. So many students are complaining that math is useless and you don't need it for daily lives. And so how can we explain to our students that we need to learn math and that it is important in life? So what do you think about this as a mathematician? And what is the relationship between humans and math? What is the meaning of math to our students? So there were 3 questions that were related, so maybe you can address that. Yes, a very difficult question to answer. I'm not sure if I can fully answer this very difficult question. Now, first of all, one thing I emphasize in my books is this. We have mathematical thinking, and that's not a type of thinking that is very different from regular thinking. Now, we're trying to understand the world that we are in, and we want a very delicate, very accurate understanding, and we need an accurate language, and that language is math. Now, I don't think that is inhumane. However, some people may think that accurate understanding itself is inhumane. And you may think that seeking a very accurate understanding itself is inhumane and too harsh. Now, regarding the overall education system and curricula, if that's where you're coming from in your question, well, I'm not sure. I mean, how much math do we need in the general public? However, we all need to be able to think accurately. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that good for everyone? That's what I think. I think most people will agree to that. So it might not be a specific mathematical application, but if you're accurate in your thinking, I think that's good. And there are many aspects to this. Now, for example, a child does not like math. And if we decide not to teach this person math because this person does not like math, that is the wrong conclusion. We do not know about the potential of the individual. We do not know the future job of this person. So if someone does not like a food and it's very nutritious, we do not choose to just not give that food. We try to coax our kids to have that food because it's highly nutritious. So I cannot give you a general answer to the question that was asked, but this is one aspect that we can think about, and I think Mr. Lee can add to this. Nowadays, I have opportunities to talk with many officials of different companies and many CEOs. And in many companies, most companies, they hire at least a few people who are experts in math. And so we will always need employees who have expertise in math. What about non-experts? How much math do they need to learn? Now, the recent answers that I have received from CEOs, I felt that the business CEOs, they need some math. Because CEOs of firms nowadays, they have a quite different image from the past. They are not just in the lead and they're not ordering people around. CEOs need to fully understand what their companies are doing and how their organizations are being run. And I think it's the same for you, Mr. Lee. And because of that, because a company is a very complex organization, the CEO will need to know some math in order to fully understand what is going on inside that organization. So what do you think, Mr. Lee?
I agree. Another experience of mine, when I was the CEO of NVIDIA, we at NVIDIA, our number one software engineer was a person that majored in math, minored in computer science, and also had a master's in computer science. That person was our number one AI software engineer. And you can see that we did experience his performance accelerate as time passed by. You can see that math is the fundamental of all sciences. And due to college entrance examinations, it's true that in middle and high school, math is so difficult and you're sent to private academies. And for me, I was fed up with math. I'm very sorry to say that. I'm not sure whether this is the right way to put it, but yes, math was so difficult for me. So I tell my students, if you really want to become an AI expert, you really need to have interest in math, and if you can, you will be an excellent expert in AI. Math is really difficult, and in AI, but reasoning is really important. So you can see that the theory of math comes into play, and data. I've talked about the distributions, the statistics, and it's practiced with computer science. This is all brought together And I think that these are some of the key traits of a talent. Once again, math is a critical factor to AI, and I hope that you can remember that. And I would like to say that it's important to find the right collaboration point between math and computer science. And yes, we have a lot of time, so you can also chip in.
제가 한마디만
Now, as for being humane or inhumane, I would like to add a little bit. Now, Plato talked about being good, and there is no record of this lecture given by Plato, but Aristotle had a student, I'm not sure about his name, but there was a discussion about good. And Plato talked only about geometry during this talk, but reached a conclusion. And many people tried to guess what this lecture was about. And of course, I don't know what that lecture was either, but I can make some guesses. So this links back to being human. So what is acting good or doing good? Now, in the era of Plato, I believe that in order to be good, you needed to have accurate thinking. I think that idea existed in the era of Plato, and I think that is true because there are people who are good and kind. There are many people like that. And so many people, by nature, they're not evil, they're not good, they're kind of in the middle. But there are, of course, people who are just good by nature. And these people the people in the middle, they have trouble acting in a good way because they cannot carry out accurate thinking, excuse me. And so in that sense, math can be a very humane discipline, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, so that's very deep. Thank you. So we're talking about AI, but according to the OECD, well, there are some objectives for future education. And they talk about raising the quality of living or the well-being of the students. And in the AI era, how can we realize the well-being of students? Mr. Lee?
The well-being of students, it's a very comprehensive concept. So let's think of the students. Let's first look at university students. It has to do with learning and achievement. That's one part of it. And in the process of achieving your dreams, the community, the activities, the experience in the process would be another part. And the third would be to grow into an intellectual and intelligent and ethical human being. And you can see that there are some key technological collaborations that are necessary. If we have 30 students in a class, this one professor will have to coach and teach these 30 students. But it will be very difficult and very challenging for the professor to solve all the problems of the students. But if we collaborate with AI technology, I think it can be possible. And with such collaboration, I think we can inch closer to the well-being of our students. Professor Kim?
Yes, that is a very interesting question. So if that well-being has to do with material or having wealth, well, let's think about making a diagnosis in the medical field. So AI is very important there as well, and sometimes the AI system does better diagnosis, more accurate diagnosis than human doctors. Now, what about the mind? Now, many things are unclear here. And I'm not saying this because a mathematician, but coming as a professor, well, there are many university students experiencing more mental illnesses, and I can actually experience this among my students. And so, of course, there's some controversy about whether there's more incidences of the mental illnesses, or maybe we're diagnosing more of them. But anyhow, so we need diverse approaches to these issues, is what I would like to say. So rather than approaching from one area of expertise or one discipline, I think we have to come from many different angles. Yes, among the OECD nations, well, the suicide rate is quite high among the adolescents of Korean students. And I think
It's about how schools can help the students with these psychological issues. With the online courses on Zoom, you can see that students, the suicide rates, the depression. I did hear that there are ways to coach them out of these symptoms via online courses. And I want to say that it's important to help the students. It's about really solving their psychological problems, and if we can find the right technology to do that, that would be beneficial. I think there is a question that comes from your slide. It has to do with the college degrees no longer being necessary for global companies. So maybe this question comes from that. So it indicates that, well, it's about first looking into whether we need a university at all. So do you believe that universities are necessary? Of course, this question was posed to me, but I think that this is a common question that can be asked to both of our speakers. Mr. Lee talked about the various industry programs that replace university curriculum. And you can see that the focus, the footnote indicates that it's for entry-level positions. In other words, if it's about knowledge transfer in the undergraduate level, especially in the IT industry, if it's about skill sets, then the Google's education certificate would be enough. And then if this is posted on LinkedIn, then about 50 consortium companies will review the resume and recruit. And you can see that there are X number of data scientists and there are certain positions. So I believe for universities in the future, they have to be research-oriented, not just for entry levels. I think that for universities, they'll probably be nurturing the talents in the deeper areas. So I think that the education sphere also needs to evolve. They need to transfer differentiated knowledge, something that cannot be rendered by the industries. So maybe Professor Kim, would you like to answer this question? Or maybe Mr. Lee, would you like to go first? Do we need a college or university at all? I think we do. But I think that the basis of civilization is academic knowledge, the academic way of thought, the way of thinking. I've mentioned this to President Kim, but in the universities you go down the academic path, master's and PhD course. But you also have those that want to get employed to become engineers. And you can see that it's important to research the demand of the industry and service these industries by nurturing such talents. So that would be another track. So the skill sets, especially in terms of problem solving, that's what's necessary for those that want to be employed. And there's also the academic track of going down the master's and the doctorate degrees to help them become experts and researchers. So at the end of the day, I think that we may start off with a particular subject matter and then decide which track to take.
약간 모호한 답변.
Well, I will give a rather vague answer, but let me tell you what I think about that question first. So we have intellectual energy and we need to distribute that in society. So we have to think about that individually, but we have to think about it as a society as a whole. So we have intellectual energy and it goes here and there, and we have to think about doing a good distribution of that energy. And so in the future, the format of universities will change. Maybe the size will become much smaller. So there will be many changes to the university. But anyhow, we have the intellectual ecosystem. And within that, we have to think about the role of universities. And I think there will be a role or certain role for the universities in the future. So one last question to the two speakers. So the world is changing very, very fast. And Thomas Friedman said that we are living in an era of acceleration. And in this era, it is not enough just to get a college degree and then live off that till the day you die. And that is why we emphasize lifelong learning. Now, in the era of AI, in the era of acceleration, what do we need to prepare in order to deal with this era of lifelong learning? So, Professor Kim, would you like to address that first? Well, I will give you a very common sense answer. And I think about my education and I think about my children's education. And of course, I discuss this with my students as well. Now, there is an abundance of intellectual resources. We have lots of resources on the internet, for example. Of course, some of it is bad. But anyhow, we have very high level material on the internet. And you need to navigate through the sea of information. And when my students ask me questions, I try to help them navigate through the internet and find the good sites where they will have the good answers. And so I think that's something we need to practice from a very young age. And I try to do that as well. And so I try to grasp the general concept and then go into the details. So I think navigation skills are very important. Yes, thank you.
Yes, so about lifelong education and learning. To our students and to our young startup entrepreneurs, I say that we need to study both information as well as knowledge. In the world of technological acceleration, we see convergence of technology, we see new technologies, new inventions, and it's important to understand all that. As an entrepreneur and as an engineer, it's important to widen your perspective on all of these new technologies. I have about 200 medium, and I refer to the knowledge from all of these media. However, the business review comes out every month or two, and if you look at what's in January and what's in July, the contents are completely different. So I would like to say that it's important to study knowledge, change in technology, change in lifestyle, and also this change in information trend is something that you really need to read. This is also a critical part of your study. For those working for a company, for entrepreneurs and professors, also need to be aware of this edu-tech. And the objective here is improvement. In acquiring knowledge, if you are diligent, I think that you can be a sound expert in your relative field. There are many questions, and I apologize for not being able to answer all the questions. We will have to close. So revamping education in the age of AI. At the end of the day, we have to have the student at the center and then find the solution starting from there, whether it be their well-being, whether it be their quality of life. It's about having education enhance the quality of life of the students. And I believe that this forum, I hope, also contributes to that journey. I would like to extend my gratitude to our speakers. Thank you very much.
네, 다양하고
Yes, that was a very interesting session with many diverse opinions. I hope that you found the session informative. So on that note, we would like to wrap up A-2 session. We will now break for lunch until 2 p.m. So if you have signed up for lunch, please move to Carla Hall on the 3rd floor. Please take your lunch coupons and make your payment. I hope that you will come back for the afternoon session. My name is Lee Na-yoon. Thank you. Kim Na-yoon. Thank you.
겠습니다. 잠시 후 글로벌
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin Track A Session A-3 in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. Those of you who are still outside, please come in and take your seats. We are practicing social distancing in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19, and that is why we're having a hybrid type of event happening both online and offline. So today's forum is being broadcast live via YouTube. Please follow the forum guideline, and we look forward to your cooperation to stop the spread of COVID-19. We're providing simultaneous interpretation. Korean is on channel number 1, English is on channel number 2. You can find translation receivers in front of you at your desks. Please remember to leave the receivers at your places when you leave. If there is a fire or an emergency, please follow the route on the screen and exit via the emergency exit. We also have a medical office if you need medical attention. If you have any questions or have questions about the presentation slides or the program book, please follow the link provided to you through our short messaging service. Please go to the application site and pose your questions. Also, you can refer to page 10 of the program book. If you are utilizing YouTube and if you have a question, you can actually follow the link at the bottom of the YouTube page. You can also download the slides there as well. Also, please remember to switch your mobile phones to vibration mode. Thank you.
식사는 맛있게 하셨나요?
Did you enjoy lunch? Good afternoon. My name is Kim Na-yoon. And from now on, we will begin Track A Session A-3, Redesigning Schools in the Age of AI. Spring of 2020. Because of the corona pandemic, we had to start the school year with online classes. Now we're having online classes and also going to school from time to time. So until now, the school system was very similar to workers going to work at 9 a.m. and working 40 hours a week. However, if AI replaces humans' intellectual labor and our work hours, will we need to go to work for 40 hours a week? Do our children need to go to school every morning? I think we need to rethink the meaning of schools and do a redesigning of our school systems. We have Professor Yoo Hyun-jun from Hongik University and also Assistant Dean Dr. Paul Kim, who will be speaking to us during this session, and the moderator will be Professor Bae Sang-hoon of Seongyungwan University. I will now hand over the mic to our moderator. Yes, my name is Bae Sang-hoon. Good afternoon. Nice to meet all of you. I think this is a new normal. So last year the room was packed, but we have just a handful of people here in the room. And so I think all of you can have a chance to ask one question each because we have few people here. And if I remember correctly, I think it was 2016. And we had AlphaGo and pro Go player Lee Se-dol compete against each other. And I think Lee Se-dol was the only Go player who actually won against AlphaGo. And there was a lot of interest regarding AI. And actually, I had some doubts about how long this fad will last. And also, Professor Paul Kim is from Stanford University, and there was a book written at that time regarding a future utopia. And the point made there was that there are many policies, many new fads that come out, but schools usually think that it will all pass and the policies will just remain the same and the education system will remain the same. However, this so-called AI fad seems to be quite long-lasting. And I think, yes, that is the right way to go. And I think we're being very active about this era. And now we have this forum. We're thinking about how we're going to live in this era of AI.
Yes, I've spoken with our two speakers, and we believe that AI does not only impact education, but the society. So our education, our society, parents, professors, teachers, what should we do? So we would like to talk about that. And what's fortunate is last year we had 3 speakers and we had so little time. And I had to keep my comments very brief as a moderator, but we have 2 speakers, so I think we will have ample time. What we want to note is how this new environment will impact our schools, our education system, and the world. And we have our star professors here today. One distinguished professor will be talking about our physical space. Depending on the space, the mindset and the actions of a person may change. And to represent that domain, we have Professor Yoo Hyun-jun from Hongik University to understand whether a space revolution is possible. So we have hardware, but then we also have software to take into account. Education is about relationships amongst people. And I researched Dr. Paul Kim, and he has been emphasizing that teachers have to be not instructors, but coaches. So as a coach, as a learner, and all of the interactions in between, he will be talking about how that can be encompassed via online learning. As we see the world change, how should the schools and the education system change will be the key topic of this session. and I will be giving 30 minutes. Usually it's 20 minutes, but because we have star professors, 20 minutes will not do them justice. Therefore, we would like to get as much out of them as possible. So we will give you 30 minutes, and then we will have a 30-minute Q&A session. So once again, I will all give you the right to ask a question. Of course, you can ask your questions online, and if there are no questions, we will remain silent for 30 minutes. So I would like to ask for your active participation. So once again, thank you very much, and let us now begin the talk.
And there was a book written about this, The End of Average. And I think it is the same for universities. Only professors think that students will grow only in the classroom. There are many other activities and programs through which university students grow from. And so perhaps there is dismantling of the existing power and the existing hegemony and hierarchy. And of course, the people who are at an advantage do not want to give up their rights. And so as for the existing system, it is going to come to an end. It may happen very fast or it may happen slowly, but if the change is going to happen, then we do have to think about how we can best respond to all this. Many questions have come in, but we will deal with them during Q&A.
Yes, I've heard that our next speaker has now finished his self-quarantine, and he's here with us. He is from Stanford University, the Graduate School of Education. He is the Associate Dean there. So as mentioned, Professor Yoo Hyun-jun talked about hardware, about space, as well as, of course, other elements. But now let us talk about software and relationships. So let me now invite Professor Paul Kim. A big round of applause, please.
반갑습니다.
It's very nice to meet you all. And as introduced, my name is Paul Kim. Professor Yu's presentation was truly inspirational. Actually, I prepared my presentation in English, so I will have to speak in English, and I would like to ask for your understanding.
So I've been working at Stanford University for the last 20 years, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about what I'm working on and also share some stories relevant to the topic of today. So at Stanford, at the Graduate School of Education, we have Entrepreneur in Residence program. It's a quite unique program in my view, and not too many Graduate School of Education have this type of program. So basically, the acronym for this is EIR. Entrepreneur in Residence program is basically inviting the industry experts and practitioners to come in and reside with our faculty and students on campus to help our faculty and students kind of instill the spirit of entrepreneurship. Obviously, the university itself is a great place for research and development, but at the same time, I feel that we need to have a better connection between the universities and the real world. So that's why we launched this program, and we have investors or corporate CEOs and global leaders to come and spend time with us at the university. And they are leading the EIR program at the Graduate School of Education at Stanford. Other things that I'm working on, obviously, a lot of people are interested in artificial intelligence. And I think that the interest of AI is just increasing by day. And obviously, I am also interested in the implication of AI in education. And so periodically, we share our insights about the artificial intelligence and how AI might help the process and different models in education, and how AI could augment the intelligence that we may need in the education space. So we do deal with AI heavily at the graduate school education as well. And we have actual projects that we have with AI. So for example, natural language processing is one of important key elements of the AI research and development. And we do have projects that leverage NLP. And I'm particularly interested in developing AI chatbot that can engage in sort of a natural conversation with students. Some people say that AI may replace teachers or AI will dominate the education space and so forth. I don't think so. AI certainly has its place in the education community, but there is an important role for teachers and parents and guardians to help students achieve their fullest potential. So those are the kinds of things that I'm interested in, and then that's just to give you a little bit of a background about myself and my work. And then I'm going to talk more about the online education and status during this pandemic and so forth. But I'd like to announce something a little interesting to you. I think you're very fortunate to be here this afternoon, and here's why. So today I'm going to mention 10 important things, important points. And if you email me those 10 important things that I mentioned today, if you email me, of course, and you have to summarize those 10 points accurately, and I will give you a 2-hour sky tour of Silicon Valley in my own airplane, and me as the captain, the pilot of the airplane. How does that sound? Are you afraid to fly with me? I'm a good pilot, so you don't need to worry about it. And you get to choose whether you want to fly over Silicon Valley at night or daytime. So night flight and day flight is different, and each flight has its unique sort of a beauty, I would say. You get to fly over Google, Apple, and all those major companies in Silicon Valley with me on a plane, and me as a captain. So listen very carefully about the 10 things that I'm going to share with you today, and email them to me, and I'll give you a ride. So how many of you recognize what you're seeing here? You see that little screen with some text on it, and then there's a little box. How many of you, raise your hand, how many of you recognize what these are? None of you? You don't know what these are? So that kind of gives the idea how old I am. Because I grew up with these things, and these are called modems. And online education, we are forced to use online education today, globally. Everybody is engaged in some form of online education. But in 1987, the University of Phoenix has launched its first online education program using that modem with that little screen. So when you connect to the internet, turn on your computer, then you see the list of menus. You can download your homework, you can download your worksheets, and you fill out the answers, and you type up your essays, and you send it back, and those essays are graded, and then they are sent back to you with a grade and so forth. So that was the birth of online education, 1987. Some of you may not be even born back then, but I was certainly there, and I remember using those modems, and it has its own unique sound as well. A lot of things have changed since then, and when you fast forward the clock, 2020 now, we're living in the pandemic, the COVID-19. It's hitting us really hard. It has huge implications in education. So the picture you see here is probably not the ideal scene of education. I don't really like this photo because there's the teacher in the empty classroom talking to just in the air, and maybe it's being recorded or streamed to students in real time or as a recorded video. This is not a good use of the space, as Professor Yu has mentioned. That this is not the best use of the space. And this is certainly not the best way of engaging students in learning. This is just a basic conversion of the offline education to online education. And this, to me, it's not the true aspect of online education. This is totally wrong, but this is happening as we talk here. And the situation in the developing regions is worse. At least in South Korea, we have pretty good infrastructure. We have fast internet, good bandwidth. So the infrastructure is quite adequate. It's just that the contents and activities are not so adequate, in my view. But in the developing regions, it's much worse. A lot of students are not going to school, and a lot of schools are closed, and then they're not getting the kind of the quality education that they deserve. So, but there's some small pockets of hands-on activities suitable for online education. I know that there are educators who are developing activities, learning activities that better engage students in learning using the online video conferencing tools or some sort of learning management systems and so forth. And there are hybrid models where some education takes place online and some activities take place in classrooms as well. So students wear masks, they come into the classroom, they talk to their peers, work in teams, etc. So there are some interesting activities that are coming to our scene. I like to, based on all these things, I like to imagine a new school. And as Professor Yu has mentioned about imaginary school model where students and parents spend some time in school as well as in provincial towns where they can engage in other learning activities. I like to imagine a new school that inspires and motivates students. It's not just the delivery of information. It is about inspiring and motivating students. The school has to. This is the role of school, not to deliver message, not just transmit information. That's not the role of school in the future. Also, I believe that we need to have the schools give students exposure to global challenges. We want students to grow with the awareness of global challenges, and we want them to understand those challenges as they grow. And at the same time, when students are engaged in learning activities of the 21st century, we need to aggressively analyze student data to provide personalized learning pathways. And I strongly oppose the industrial models of education where it's like a cookie making a sort of a conveyor belt in a factory model. That must go. And this is a perfect opportunity and time for us to remove that old school model. And obviously, we talked a lot about 4 C's. I'm sure many of you know that the 21st century competencies like communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking, those 4 C's have been talked about a lot. But I like to talk 2 more competencies, which are compassion and commitment. And we like the school to focus on wisdom, not just intelligence. There are many reasons for it. So here is the one of the 10 important things. No matter what technology or what AI, if it is designed to support the old school model or lower order cognition activities, it is not going to be useful. The new technology or AI must promote higher order learning activities. So this is the number one of the 10 important points that I wanted to share with you. So let me give you a little story of a learner that inspired me. So I don't know if you remember in the last summer during this COVID-19 pandemic, the Silicon Valley community had to face additional challenge. There were massive wildfires erupted in multiple counties in Northern California, including Santa Clara County, the home of Silicon Valley. There have been seasonal fires in the late summers in previous years, but none of the wildfire was as big as this one this summer. It marked the second largest of all in California wildfire history. So multiple helicopters came down to nearby airports to refill their tanks with fire retardants, and hurried to the wildfire scenes. The wildfires were spreading so quickly on a massive scale. The firefighting team needed much larger tanker helicopters to precisely drop the fire retardants on top of wildfire spots. As a response, a Chinook helicopter, which is usually used to transport heavy armored vehicles in battlegrounds, but that huge helicopter was brought in to fight the fires. Interestingly, this young girl, the co-pilot of this big helicopter, the Chinook helicopter, was Ashley Blaine. She's a 19-year-old girl from Billings, Montana, and she had to miss her first freshman orientation session at her college because she was piloting this Chinook helicopter to fight the wildfires days and nights in Silicon Valley. So she suddenly became a national star. From her day of piloting an airplane, flying freely in the sky has been her passion for life, and she started to fly the airplane since she was 13 years old. What were you doing in 13 years old? Do you remember what you were doing when you were 13? But she started to fly from 13 years old. And then she not only became a pilot, she got the certificates for various types of airplanes, jet planes or helicopters and many other aircraft. And also, she became a flight instructor. She also teaches future pilots as well. And then she could be anything she wants to be. She could be an astronaut, or she could be joining the Air Force, or there's so many things that she could do. But while she was learning to be a pilot and become an instructor and so forth, she needed to know all the knowledge, but most importantly, apply and practice her knowledge while commanding large aircraft. So here's the important point number 2. The love of learning. The love of learning instilled in the learner's mind is much more powerful than school itself. So the love of learning in the learner's mind is much more powerful than school itself. That's the number 2 point. So at her age now, she could take any role in aviation and beyond. And growing up, her father always told her to have compassion and commitment. You remember those 2 C's that I mentioned earlier? Her father talked about commitment and compassion to her from her young age. She already knew what it meant to help others and prove her worth by committing and demonstrating her compassion by taking serious actions. So this story itself teaches us something important, and here's the number 3 important point. The education of a child is never to be left to schools or governments alone. As we have learned in the past several months, the role of parents and caretakers at home has become much more important than ever. And I believe this need won't change forever. So the question for us is, how do we imagine a new schooling experience for our future generations? So they love to learn. They need to love to learn. And that is the role of the school to help in that process. Our children deserve to receive the best inspiring and learning experience that leads them to reach their fullest potential. The current pandemic is accelerating our thinking process and innovation efforts in education. We know that we are not going to the old normal. We're not going to the old normal. And we are here to imagine and design a new learning experience for the new normal. So here's the important point number 4. We must remind ourselves that in our new imagination, whatever we come up with may not be called school. It may not be even called school. Or the people who are inspiring and motivating our children may not be called teachers. We may need a different or more constituents in future education. So do not get yourself locked in the old model and locked in the old ideas. So here is what we have learned since the onset of the pandemic. Those learners who are self-motivated and self-regulative actually have no problem with the pandemic. We have done some surveys, and 25% of the students who responded to our survey indicated that they prefer reduced and partial schooling and more self-exploration based study That means 25% of students are fine with the pandemic. They're fine. They actually love this because they get more time to do their own thing. This gives them more time to explore, reflect, and learn the world on their own. Considering all this, I imagine a learning model for our future generation. And in it, I believe these are a must. As I said, 6 C's, compassion, 4C plus compassion and commitment to change. And learn to make a positive difference in people's lives. Because we know in many cases in the past where smart and intelligent people could be dangerous if they do not have the compassion, if they do not think of others, if they are so self-centered, those people could be harmful for our society. That's why I focus a lot on 6 C's. And we need to introduce inspiring role models, and we need to talk more about coaching, not teaching. And the intrinsic motivation obviously leads to creative problem solving. And their lifelong learning has to be purpose-driven. And that gives them the motivation and enjoy their learning journey. So there are several schools that are already doing things that we're expecting to have post-COVID-19. So for example, here is a Mount Vernon school that engages students in real-world problem solving and entrepreneurship. They focus heavily on understanding their students' curiosity and interest while helping them to love learning. They teach their learners the purpose of learning. Here's another example, Springside Chestnut Academy. As you can see, they learn to engage in innovation and entrepreneurship from the young elementary school level. They are not college level. They are studying this program at elementary school level. So what I'm saying is that we have enough examples already out there. We have good schools and good models already. And so this is the Springside Chestnut School. And so we have these examples already. And look at this little girl. And she's sharing her insight after engaged in the entrepreneurship program. She's saying, don't give up. If she grows up with that sort of mentality and motivation to make a difference in her life, she will probably be a great leader. So one of the things that I am also working on, I'd like to share a little bit about my own work as well. I have a program called the Halo Phi. This is a program that I have been testing in various parts of the world. And this whole program is designed under the theme of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. So students in our program, they learn what the grand challenges are. And they learn how to design a solution that can solve these problems. So we're talking about a poverty issue, the pollution issue, climate change, all these issues are discussed in this program. And I have done the pilot studies of this program here in Korea as well. So this is just a few examples of the program. And we have a topic called COVID-19. In that program, students learn about pandemic, the diseases, and then they design a solution. And they distinguish between sensors and machine learning, because oftentimes we think like, oh, that's just AI, but oftentimes it may not be. So students need to distinguish what is AI and how do we design a solution that can solve these grand problems. And then, as you can see here, they are tasked to determine what is important when you're selecting data set to make your solution, what is important. And they have to think about how to make a good data set. Because in the AI world, if the data is no good, the AI is no good. It's simple as that. You got to have a good, accurate data set in order to make a good AI solution. So elementary school students are learning not only the grand challenges, but designing the solutions and utilizing a machine learning models like this. And the AI is obviously used in many different places. Admissions, personalized learning pathways, student work evaluation, essay evaluation, questions and presentations. There's so many areas where AI will be a powerful tool. And here is the important point number 6. The AI-driven revolution in education is becoming obvious. We know that. We know that all aspects of education will be eventually affected by some form of AI solutions. There's no exception. Probably everything in education will be affected by some form of AI. All right, so as I mentioned earlier, the AI solution don't come cheap. And AI is as good as its training data. And I like our young students, starting from elementary school, to understand this concept. This is a very important concept. AI cannot be trusted unless the data can be trusted. So no matter what kind of content or what kind of solutions you're dealing with in AI, it has to have a good start with a good data set. So here's the important number 7. We know that the quality of AI solutions depends primarily on the quality of data sets used in training. So don't get too excited unless you have a high quality data model for your AI. And personally, I have been developing various tools as well, leveraging machine learning. And here's an example of student question evaluator. And I wanted to evaluate student questions using a system like this. The reason is, as a student, if you can formulate a good question, that means you understand the concept and you can generate a high quality question. And your question is the evidence of your own learning. So by examining your question quality, I know how much you know or don't know, or how much misinformation you might have. So this is exactly that. And basically, you type in your question, and then it evaluates the quality of the question. If it is a simple recall type question, it gives you level 1. If it is hypothetical, creative question, it gives you level 5. And you can practice questioning based on your knowledge. I believe this may be a scary thing for a lot of testing companies, but I believe AI like this will replace future exams. And I strongly believe future SAT or standardized tests, those things will be gone because we will have a much more powerful AI-based assessment system. Here's another example that I'm working on. You read an article and you generate a question. And the AI will examine whether your question is relevant to the article, whether your question is creative, critical thinking, or not. And this may be the future admission process, where you are not just answering multiple choice questions, but you're reading articles and you generate your own powerful creative questions. And based on the quality of the questions, we know whether you know something or not, or whether you are worthy of entering our college or not. This is another example. If you cannot come up with a good question, then you can get some help from the AI. You can type in the keywords that you're interested in. The AI will work as your assistant. It can help you generate high quality questions. Probably, this is a kind of a tool that will help you develop your critical thinking skills. So as I said earlier, AI is working as your own personal assistant. And then this is another example of the use of AI. If you give certain articles or text to the AI, then it generates questions by itself, and it's using NLP. So where am I going with all these different kind of solutions leveraging AI? Eventually, I like to develop an AI-based coach, where students will be having a conversation, like a natural conversation with the AI coach, and you'll be able to ask all kinds of questions. You'll be guided by the coach. I'm talking about the knowledge that you need from certain domains. But I'm not saying that the virtual AI coach will replace teachers. I do not believe so, because the teachers have their own place in the future of education, because AIs are not good at giving you the wisdom that our the learners need. So here's the number 8 point. We should always challenge and question the validity and reliability of AI. we can never accept it as it is. Don't automatically think that AI is better. I do not think so. So we need to educate our young children to be able to determine whether the data set is good or not, whether the AI is valid or reliable or not. We need to teach our young students how to determine those. And here's another a program that I am involved in. It's an EdNet Challenge. Basically, this is for the first time in the history of education, we are creating a hub that can aggregate education data sets around the world. And then we just launched this challenge about a month or so ago. And we're inviting people who are dealing with education data sets to share their data with this, and so that many more educators could develop a variety of different AI solutions. And we are working with Kaggle. Kaggle is the Google, part of the Google service, and we are working with a company called REID, R-I-I-D. That's the Korean company that is involved in this challenge as well. So the AI is, obviously, it comes with certain concerns. The data collection with the privacy concern is certainly an important one. And some data sets may be biased. And certainly if it is biased, then the AI solution would be biased anyway. So we need to teach our young students how to determine what may be biased or not. And one of the challenges with the research and development in the AI is that the access to power of the supercomputing power. Not every university has the access to that sort of a powerful computing resources. So we got to have the resources to be able to process the AI research that we need. And I hope that many universities in Korea would be equipped with adequate level of resources to continue to advance in the AI research. And here's the number 9 important point. If we want to be a better educator, we must be a better learner for life. Because oftentimes we call ourselves as an educator and then we think that we know everything and we stop learning. That's not the case. If you want to be a good educator, if you want to be a good teacher or professor, you have to continue to learn. If you stop learning, you're probably not going to be a good educator. So we certainly need to create a new normal. We cannot go back to the old normal. And as Professor Yu has mentioned, we cannot just wait for the future to come. We have to create the future. And I totally agree with that. And Alvin Toffler said that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I totally agree. I need to learn continuously. And so people ask me, what do you do to renew your knowledge? How do you become a learner who loves to learn for life? And I decided to become a pilot. And I had to become a student pilot because I had to learn a lot of things. So I continuously learn. When you become a pilot, you learn a lot. Physics, science, the weather, the mechanics, engineering. There's so many things you need to learn. And those learning opportunities for life challenge me. And I love those challenges. So people ask me, how do you keep yourself in that student mode? I said, well, I always try to learn new things. And some people ask me, why do you want to be the pilot? Why are you doing this? And I say, well, I like to do this. I like to fly my own airplane and deliver education and aids, human aids, sort of the programs and resources to remote areas around the world. I like to deliver these things, and I like to be the pilot of that. So I'm ready to do it, actually, since I'm a pilot. And I like to be a flight instructor as well. I like to teach new pilots too. And I like to build my own airplane. So here's the number 10 point. If learning is not fun and you do not feel the love of learning, you are already dead. That's how I feel. Learning keeps us alive. And so let's help our future learners to feel the love of learning and how much advanced technology or AI you may develop and use, if you cannot help your learner feel the love of learning, it's useless. So let's hope that we'll be able to help our future learners with the love of learning. Thank you for your attention today.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
굉장히 inspiring한
It was an inspiring speech.
왔다 갔다 했는데요. 처음에는
And,
AI는 assistant.
You know, initially it started off as AI being an assistant that it can actually help education, but at the end of the day, he went to the other extreme to say that human beings are what's most important. And what was quite interesting was being a better learner for life. And you've also talked about purpose-driven lifelong learning. I am an educator, but it's the first time I've actually heard of such concept. The biggest challenge we have in Korea as well as around the world is that learning and life, there's a disconnect between the two. That's the greatest challenge, and I believe that you've hit that point on the nail in your presentation. We have 17 questions. And I was slightly concerned that we may not have any questions, but that was groundless. So I'm very happy to have so many questions. And I can see that there are very keen questions. But on the flip side, I thought that for those that are really engaged, they provide so much feedback. But what about those that do not ask questions? What should we do with them? Is this polarization? So, of course, if we have everyone here on site, as a teacher, we can see who's dozing off and who's engaged, and we can find a way to have that person engaged. But this AI-driven learning or this online course, I wasn't exactly sure whether that's the that has the best interest at heart. So we have many questions. So let me first start off with a question for Professor Yu.
아마 두 분 다 같이 답하셔도 될 것 같아요.
Actually, I think this question goes to both of you. So Koreans are very sensitive towards gaps and equality issues. Everything has to be fair. And we should send students to college based on their SAT scores because that's objective and that's fair. Now, Professor Yu talked about the importance of experience, and you said that the entire nation, the whole world can be a learning place or schools. However, how many people can do this? You have to have money and time. And also, you talked about, Professor Paul Kim talked about 4 C's plus 2 C's. However, what about the learning gap that comes from the current system? Yes, great question. Yes, I think about that question a lot as well. Now we have online classes, we have people working out of their homes, but how many people can do that? How many families can do that? But I think in the future we will have more and more families that can do this. I think year 2018 there was a survey in Japan, and they looked at 600 companies, and 35% of the companies tried to bring in working out of homes. And this was not 35% of the all workplaces. It was if only 1% of the personnel were able to work out of their homes, then still it counted towards that 35%. And in Korea, office workers, actually that's only 55% of the office workers. And so the others own businesses, for example. In that case, you cannot work out of your home. You have to go to your shop. Now, however, if we have the development of AI, we will have many jobs disappearing, and many of these disappearing jobs will be office jobs. And so, yes, as for the question that was posed, even less people will be able to work out of their homes, even less in the future. And so, yes, I proposed this model, the 4 days in the city and 3 days in the country. And I do not believe that all families can do this. There are many families that cannot do this. Now, as for being fair, if we try to lower the average just so that things can be fair, I think that will be even worse. And if we try to provide a one-size-fits-all education to everyone, I don't think that's the right direction. And I think that actually adds to the conflict among the participants of society. Now, as we advance, as we bring in these new systems, of course there will be blind spots. There will be people left behind in the shade, and we have to pay more attention to these blind spots. Now, I remember art class. Every Monday morning, I had art class, and my friend, they had a car. So my friend will draw a picture about the past weekend about a trip that utilized their family car. But I felt inferior because our family did not have a car. However, in order to make things fair, should we say that we should do away with cars or not have these art classes? I don't think that's the right way to go. Now, even if these students cannot go to Gochang for 3 days during the weekend, well, the Ministry of Education can come up with ways so that the student can spend 3 very creative days, not maybe in Gochang, but at home. And we see the breakdown and the blurring of these boundaries, and then we will have people remaining at the very end. We will have people gathering together in the schools because they're not able to make these weekend trips, and that may be 5% of the school population, and they will have a very close-knit relationship. And we have a school, a very elite school. Only the top 1% of the population can go to that school. I don't remember the name of the school. And the graduates, the alumni of that school, well, they're very powerful, and they're in very high positions because of that. So, and even if these families do not go on these weekend trips, I think what is more important is the experience that the student has in the family. And we are amid the pandemic, but we're seeing that very high-end spending is on the increase. So there is this polarization, and of course that can happen in education, and we should be aware of these situations. Yes, thank you.
So in Professor Yu's words, it can be ideal, but then it can also lead to more equality. So Professor Paul Kim, what's your take on this? In my presentation, I talked about the love of learning and also self-regulation, and also about self-regulated learning. I meet many students in elementary, middle, high school. I also meet with startup entrepreneurs. I see many students and many talents. And of course, there can be the so-called low performers. But when I look at the students one by one, I think that they all can become scientists or engineers or wonderful musicians or an excellent creative entertainer. I always see these careers in them. We all have that potential, that ability. However, due to the cookie-cutter education system, what happens is our potential is not unleashed. We just go to school and we go out in the society without being able to take a full advantage of our potential. So whenever I meet with students, I'm so excited because I'm so curious as to see what kind of potential this person has, and I really want to help them out in recognizing their potential. For the past 20 years, I ran many educational projects and I visited countries around the world. I went to Africa, India, and Latin America. And children that have never had any experience with schools, those that live in towns without schools, I still can see that they have immense potential. I really did have that conviction. At the end of the day, I think what it's important is not about waiting until this system perfects itself or complain about the fact that this system is not perfect or waiting for it to change. I think that we ourselves have to be the change. To have the children change, we need to give them the opportunities, and also with regard to the decisions that these students make, we have to offer them with not physical space but emotional space so that they can identify their emotions. It's important to give them the opportunity to acknowledge that. So we're talking about the gap and divide, but rather than seeing this in that lens, it's important to understand the immense potential of the individual students, and if we have conviction in that and provide the right coaching, that potential will be unleashed, and the children, the students, will be able to realize their mission, the abilities that they were born with. And if I briefly talk about a book, there is a book on that says not teaching, but it's coaching. And if you read that book, it indicates that all students, all children are wonderful scholars, musicians, and scientists. I have that clearly defined in that book. And rather than waiting, it's important to have them be the change.
우리 폴킴 선생님
And if I look at the bio of Professor Paul Kim, he is CEO of Seeds of Empowerment. That is because everyone has potential. And so I could really see where you were coming from during your comment. So adults, the older generation, we actually goad our students to compete. We tend not to compliment our students. So once again, another question to both of you. In the future, coexistence and collaboration will be most important. And so we have untagged and online interaction. And so these types of values will become more important. And Professor Yu, well, if we have these satellite schools, maybe collaboration will not happen all that much. And likewise, to Professor Paul Kim, if we carry out AI-driven education, well, when I did research at Sungkyunkwan University, we have normal classrooms and the online classes, and actually we saw a weakening of the team activities and team collaboration. And so is that an actual weakness, or is that something that we can overcome with AI technology? Can we actually foster collaboration by using AI technology? Professor Yu? Well, when we talk about community, we think about where we live, and it's within a certain kilometers of where you reside. And I think we have this limit in terms of space, but that is not that important. I think we have to think about where we spend my time. So if I travel a lot, then I may have less time to meet my friends in the neighborhood, but I will be meeting other people in other areas, and you will be exposed to diversity. And there will be many different experiences that you get through these travels. Now, in the past, in the Joseon dynasty, you met the same people every day and you just lived within a few kilometers of your home. But nowadays, that is not true. Throughout your lifetime, you will be meeting thousands of people. And if we include online, you will be meeting more people. So if you go away from your home place, then you will be exposed to much more diversity. And because of that, I think you will become more open-minded and more open to collaboration. So I think we need to expand the boundary of time and space. And that is the way that history has moved towards. And I think that is what we have to focus on as we try to develop education as well. And by meeting many people and seeing diversity, you will be exposed to bigger perspectives. Yes, I think you think outside the box. So we should do away with this obsession on space. Now, Professor Paul Kim?
I would like to take a slightly different angle to the question. In elementary, middle, and high school, the students that had no experience in teamwork, if they go to university, to have them all of a sudden collaborate is nonsense. In other words, from kindergarten to there are those that participates in these team activities, and only then can they actually be a team player in the university. In my presentation, I did briefly show you an example of these team activities in the classroom, but why can't we do this better? That's the question that I have. Why in Korea can't we see these programs starting from kindergarten? So that's a question that I have, the reason why Korea cannot do that. Of course, I graduated from Korean schools. I've been in Korea for more than 12 years throughout elementary, mid, and high school, and what I thought was, of course, it's now no different, but it's, as mentioned, a cookie cutter type of system, and I was actually the bottom 1%, and in elementary and mid school, I was always scolded and spanked. And as I was graduating high school, all I remember for the past 12 years throughout my schooling was that I was spanked or scolded. So of course, ever since there was some change compared to my school years, there were some changes in the way how you're scolded. But I visited many countries and I compared the educational system. And if you look at Korea, it's number one in terms of its educational resources, but in terms of the educational method, you can see that it's not much different from the developing nations. As we are experiencing the COVID-19, I do know that there's a lot of discussion on innovation. And as Professor Yu has mentioned, I truly hope that we can bring about a true education, Korean education, and really have that disseminated around the world. And in that aspect, it's quite timely to do that. And I hope that this underserved education should stop here, and we need to open up a new era of education.
Yes. I think the nickname of Professor Paul Kim is Hope Kim. And this leads us into the next question, which has to do with assessment. And so, Professor Yu, you pointed out diverse experiences and different curricula for different students. And this naturally leads to the next question. How can we fairly assess these students? And so in Korea, we have 40% of the students going into college through rolling admission, and then the rest by the college entrance exam scores. But if we have different curricula, different experience of the individual students, how can we assess them? And yes, we ran into a lot of trouble in the universities and colleges because we carried out online classes. And we were not sure how we should carry out the midterm exams and the final exams. And there were many articles as well in the press. And the focus, the main keyword, was fairness. And everyone just emphasized we have to be fair when we assess. Now, if I'm able to answer this question, I would not be an architect. I would be an education expert. And I listened to the presentation by Professor Paul Kim, and I saw some hope, a glimpse of light there. And so doing that assessment, depending on the question asked by the student, I think that's a great concept. And I really do not have a very good answer to this question. And on the other extreme, I would like to say this. We're trying to make assessment or evaluation. And we're trying to have some kind of organization. It could be a university, it could be Ministry of Education. And this organization is evaluating humans. And what does this mean? This organization is deciding the value of the individual. But I think we have to move away from that. Maybe we can create a societal system that can work even without these assessments and evaluations of humans. And I looked at that example of the 19-year-old adolescent being a pilot. And as I looked at that example, I thought, well, how could this girl become a pilot even before she took the college entrance exam? So that was, the Korean coming out of me because of the education system that I went through. So we had these evaluations and assessments throughout our school years, and we had these institutions that did the assessment that put a value, that put a number on the value of humans. Now, in the future, if we have bitcoins, for example, that is a very different concept from the currency that we have in society. In the past, we had the central bank, or we had an institute that printed out the banknotes and was in full control. But with the bitcoins, it is a transaction between person to person. So things will be different. Now, I don't have a good answer. I'm an architect. I'm using that as an excuse to go around this question. Well, actually, I think you gave a great answer and you made some great points.
I believe that in objective assessment, having this as a topic, it was quite interesting as I was visiting Korea, because up till now, around the world, I think Korea was probably the sole country that had this fairness idea as a critical challenge. So rather than thinking about fair assessment, it's better to look into some new assessments. The reason why we're assessing something is to understand capabilities. You do not have to rank capabilities. However, in Korea, as I was in elementary, middle, and high school, as mentioned, I was in the bottom 1%. And I was 58th out of 60 students in my class. And I saw that I was 58th because only there was a student that could not enroll in the test because he was sick. So what good does this do to the students? I really do not know, and I really cannot understand this whole system of ranking the students. So when we talk about assessments, I talked about 4C and also the additional 2Cs. I've mentioned that it's really important. So the communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and I've mentioned that it's not about just having intelligent students, it's about those that have compassion, those that understand that coexistence and peace is important. These are the leaders of the future. But if you're just trying to produce, like a factory, just intelligent students, I think that's not the right way to go, and I hope that we can discontinue this type of educational system. So in 6C, I think AI can play a role. If you really do want a fair assessment, I think that there's a lot that can be resolved via AI. For instance, you can see the activities, their presentations, their participation in projects, their conversations, their logical thinking. I think that AI can give an objective or a fair evaluation of all of these activities. I also talked about the SMILE project of assessing the individual based on their questions. So I want to continue on to build on this so that it can disseminate across the world. I really want to have this to gather more ideas and also raise the accuracy. And I think that as many people chip in, it will get better. And the standardized testing, I think soon enough will disappear. I do have that conviction. Yes, thank you. You can see that it's true that we've been too engrossed in ranking the students. It's true that students have infinite potential, something that cannot be assessed, but we have a single yardstick to embarrass them if they cannot make it, if they cannot go beyond the threshold. When there was a major assessment crisis, Postech's president said that, we always talk about collaboration, but why don't we have them take the test together to discuss, to work it out as a team? That was a suggestion, and I thought that it made sense because if you go on Naver and Google, everybody can come together and draw a conclusion. So I don't think we have a lot of time, so I would like to give just 30 seconds to our speakers, just some concluding remarks.
I enjoy talking with people from other disciplines, and so here we have Professor Paul Kim, who is an educator, and also we had Vice President Pei. So yes, I was able to expand my thoughts. Yes, I was very moved many times during this session. And yes, as for the education model that you talked about, yes, I have been thinking about that as well. So there should be no barriers coming from space, and I want to create a lot of space for the students where they can enjoy the love of learning. And so I want to actively participate in such a model, and I wish to do so in the future. Yes, we had a total of 27 questions, and I tried to lump the similar questions together, and I tried to cover as many questions as possible. And many important points were made. So the future direction of universities, for example, and I think Professor Seo of Hanyang University is online, and he asked a question about protecting privacy when we collect data for AI. So I think we made many points that are future-oriented. So we should do away with our past way of thinking, and so we need to move forward. And we have people from the Ministry of Education, and rather than regulating, we need to create an environment so that we can all work hard individually. And if the politicians from the National Assembly, if they were tuned in, I think it would have been very helpful. So Korea's success was actually based on education. And so if the president is watching by collecting a lot of taxes, I think that investment should be made to schools, and so that AI can be adapted to our school systems effectively. So, as I said before, we had 2 star hot and hip teachers and speakers, and of course, Professor Paul Kim traveled long distances to be here, and so I think we learned many things during this session. And I also want to thank the participants for the 27 questions, and I know that many people participated online, although they were not able to be here. And I also want to thank the Secretariat of the Organizing Committee. I would like to end this session with a big round of applause to the 2 speakers. Thank you.
교육 현장의 변화 벌써 시작되고 있는 것 같습니다.
So I believe that we are already seeing change in the educational sphere. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of our 3 distinguished guests. With this, we would like to conclude the 3rd session of Track A, Redesigning Schools in the Age of AI, and we will begin our 4th session of Track A, Reconnecting the World in the Age of AI, in 10 minutes, and I will see you back in a while. Thank you.
참가자 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth session of Track A of Global HR Forum 2020 will begin shortly. I would like to kindly ask the participants to take their seats, and for those of you out at the foyer, kindly make your way into the hall. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Korean is channel 1 and English is channel 2. The interpretation receivers are on your seats. When you're stepping outside, please leave the receivers on your seats so that they don't get lost or mixed up with other participants. If you do have any questions during the sessions, or you want to have a look at the presentation materials or program book, you can check the text message sent to you just now with the access link to the forum. The link will direct you to the forum application where you can post your questions, and please refer to page 10 in the program book for details, and please silence your phones to minimize interruptions. Thank you.
네, 다시 만나 뵙게 되어 반갑습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to meet you back. I hope that was a good break for all of you. Let us now begin the last session of Track A, Reconnecting the World in the Age of AI. The wave of internationalization in the 90s prompted young people to travel all corners of Europe and made Bali and the Maldives into the most popular leisure destinations for honeymooners, and has given birth to the emergence of digital nomads who use telecommunications technologies to conduct their life in a nomadic manner, represented by their carefree mindset toward travel, work, and study wherever they are. Having said that, COVID-19 has led to the closing of many borders around the world. Does it mean that we are doomed to permanent confinement? With our attitudes shifting from contact to untact and then switching again to contact in the COVID-19 pandemic, countries around the world are now preparing to reopen their borders. So, how far has the AI technology come, and will it play a role in reconnecting the world? And how will it connect schools with the rest of the world again? In this session, we discuss about the ways in which how AI can usher in the society of hyperconnectivity. We have Professor Woo Jun-ho of the Department of Mechanical Engineering at KAIST, Dr. Choi Seung-jin, CTO of Paro AI, and Dr. Chung Ji-yoon, Chief Vision Officer of Module Labs, who will be a part of the session, and our moderator will be Chair Professor Oh Jun-ho. Chair Professor Oh Jun-ho is also the father of Hugo. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
감사합니다. Yes, thank you very much for that introduction. And so this session is titled Reconnecting the World in the Age of AI. So we have three presenters. First, I would like to introduce Mr. Choi Seung-jin. In 1987, he graduated from Seoul National University in terms of electric education, and he received his PhD from Rotterdam University. Then he went to Japan in a very famous research institute, and he has worked as a professor, and also currently he is CTO at Paro AI, and he is carrying out deep learning education as well. So yes, he is quite distinguished in his field and known all over the world. Next we have Dr. Chung Ji-hoon, and he studied medicine at Hanyang University, and he also studied health administration, and he received his PhD in bioengineering in the US. Currently, he is working on entrepreneur education, and currently he is Chief Vision Officer of Module Labs. So he is quite active, and he is working hard in order to disseminate the relevant technologies to society. And he has knowledge in many different fields, and he is making new efforts, and he is looking at things from many different perspectives. And I am the first presenter, and I think I have my slides up here.
로봇 기술과 미래.
Robot technology and the future. AI to reconnect. In the era of AI and in all eras, we believe that robot is a media that can connect humans with AI. And in this untapped world, you can see we have this quarantine robot. But many people are confused. Robot and AI, many people are confused as to whether this is the same thing or not. This is a picture 2 years back. And here it indicates Coexist, saying that it's a dangerous university and they should stop research because they develop killer robots. So this was on the foreign media, and of course there was a major misunderstanding. It was fake news. And there was also another article from another news outlet, and you can see that this person with a stick is sitting on a robot, and it's introduced as a killer robot. But actually, this robot was the robot for the torch relay, and the stick that this person is holding was the torch. And you can also see these robots. Hyundai Motor said that they're interested in Boston Dynamics. So you can see that this looks like a human. And then another interesting robot, you can see that we have 4 legs. Of course, we have more prettier looking robots, but these robots, you can see are impacting and are being introduced in our everyday life. Now, I think I have an updated version. You've updated the old version. Unfortunately, I hope I can get the updated version, but yes, I had 2 presentation materials, but yes, I'll just flip over my slides. And if you look at these robots, this is Pepper, and a very well-known robot. It's a social robot, social AI robot. You can see that they can connect with the emotions of human beings and can anticipate the actions of human beings. And we call this a social robot. And to become a social robot, it has to be proactive. Before it's asked to do something, it has to take the action first. It can come closer, turn on the air conditioner for us beforehand. So we have these social robots. And then we have these robots. These robots originally were used in the factories, but now it's being used in different situations, these unstructured situations. So they are receiving a lot of limelight these days to be used for different purposes. And this is in the hotel room service robot. It seems simple. However, the robot finds its way, draws a map, and can understand its way in and out. And it's a very difficult intellectual process to do that, so a lot of AI is embedded in this robot. And we have the smart speaker. These days, the smart speaker it made its way into our living rooms, and I don't think you have to turn on the audio. It actually did not look like this. There were wheels, and it had arms. And there was also a screen. So it was a robot originally, but all of a sudden one day we thought we don't need wheels, so we did away with the wheels and the arms and got rid of the screen, and the speaker remained. And what does this do? It understands the attitude of the person, asks questions and responses when we call on them. And it's a dual-edged sword. Some may think it's convenient, but some may think that it's inconvenient, that they're always misunderstood by the speaker. So there are 2 different assessments on this robot. But in lieu of time, I think I'll have to skip. I'm a little bit confused because this wasn't the deck that I was going to present on. I do apologize. And another extreme case. You can see that this is a robot used in the factory floor. It's a very outdated example, but if you go to the automobile factories, you can see that it paints, and it bonds, and all of this is done by robots, and we call these industrial robots. And we also have these processes where they can weld the chairs, and they manage the circuitry and harnessing as well as done here by the robots. And if you look at these roles and these processing, in the case of the chassis, 100% it's done by robots. But here, the harness involves human beings, close to 100%. So what the robots do well and the things that the human beings can do well is different. And you can see that AI is being used to actually narrow the gap between the two domains. These robots are not just engaged in remote or repetitive processing. We think that there could be something that we can do together. So you can see that they can dust off the tables, or when holding onto a panel by using both arms, or origami, for instance. It can seem very natural. It seems like a very easy, natural task. But for a robot, this is quite awkward for them because you need to have the senses in the hands. And for origami, you have to feel whether if the paper did fold well. So if you look at the robots, they can acknowledge 2 points. You can see that it moves. And then they found out that it happened to be that they folded the paper. So it's just an action. It's not about the acknowledgement. So if the paper is stuck there, then it's folded. So of course, what would human beings do? They would, use their saliva sometimes, try to really make it sharp, but the robot can only move its arms. So if you look at the outcome, it can be slightly different from what we anticipate. So how can we make it as close as possible to what a human being would be doing? So the robotics industry is trying to do that. And using AI, we believe that we can probably close that gap. Another interesting example is, up till now, the robot was about the vacuum machine robots, the robots that would guide you, and also we have the industrial robots. So there are various kinds of robots, but we can say that robots that actually have an industrial code are just industrial robots. These vacuum machines, the robot cleaners, are not robots. They're home appliance. And the guiding robots, they are just a type of machine on wheels, but they're not classified as robot. Because when we say robot, it's defined as industrial robots, and such robots are noted to be risky machines because if there is an error or a fault, human beings might, there'll be casualties, some people might die. So if it's a risky type of tool, you need to fence it out and to have these alerts and the alarms and to make sure that the human beings do not get close to that machine. So every time if it's if it's classified as a robot, human beings cannot get close to that machine. But you can see that if you look at the cleaners, it's classified as home appliances. That's why we can use it at our home. But you can see that there are all sorts of robots, and once it's recognized as a robot, it's classified as a risk machine, and it has to be fenced off. And if we want to use it closer, you cannot call it a robot. And then if you don't call it a robot, then at the end of the day, it becomes obsolete. There's no use. So a collaborative robot was something that was introduced as a new concept. This collaborative robot is a robot not really the type that collaborates with human beings, but rather it's about we share the same space. So we have the human being next to the robot, human. And even if we are in contact, robots that can be used in a safe fashion. We call this robot the collaborative robot. It's a new type of industrial robot, but you can see that it's named differently. And there's a lot of safety related to certifications and licensing involved, which is, of course, under a lot of controversy. But in reality, as you see here, the robots that serve coffee, I'm sure that you saw all of this in the media, but you can see are fenced off with this window panel because still robots are noted as dangerous. I think that soon enough we'll be able to do away with such regulations, but that is a current reality. So there are all types of robots, but the technology that goes in this is the same, whether it be the guiding robot or the robot, the manipulator with just one arm. They use the same technology, and these are all of the technical aspects of the robot. As I have already mentioned, the robots can be divided into these three groups. We have the industrial robots. These are the robots that we're seeing right now. But what we are pursuing is this AI robot. This is what we want to make. And the industrial robot, the definition is quite simple. So it just implements by itself, and it does not acknowledge the environment, but the AI robot is aware of the environment. So without the right environment, it doesn't do anything. You can see that the cleaner, if you hold on to it, cannot do anything, but if you put it on the floor, then it starts to vacuum the area. It understands the circumstance and the environment. But I think AI robot can be defined in a different manner. It's a self-surviving robot. In other words, it survives by itself, and it can actually take action, and then it can survive. That is, ultimately speaking, an AI robot. But the industrial robot, everything has been already decided for. So then, can we say that an AI robot in the truest sense really here? Do we have such a robot in our reality? Of course, that would be a no, although we may call it an intelligent robot. Usually we have the professional robot. It's an operator-based service robot. In other words, there is an operator. I think, yes, I've missed the slide. Once again, I'm very much confused with this wrong deck. But at any rate, some characteristics of this professional robot. There's always an operator. You always need an operator. And this robot, when taking action, has the ability to interact with the surrounding environment. So you need that capabilities. But what's important here is that the professional robot cannot interact with an untrained public. In other words, it's dangerous. We have Hubo, and we train this robot to shake hands. And if it's asked to shake hands with a random person, 80% of the time they would fail because there are so many ways to shake hands. So what would happen is you need a trained personnel to shake hands with the robot the right way. So once again, the professional robot cannot interact with an untrained person. What about the drones? You always need the pilot of the drone, and they can make their way throughout the buildings. But only the drone pilot can manipulate this drone. Let's say that the random public cannot just get a parcel from the drone. What it does is it drops a parcel on the floor, and the human being will have to go and pick it up. You saw the coffee arm. When the robot puts the coffee down in front of a person, then you can take that coffee. So once again, it's very difficult to have that interaction between the robot and the person, a contact. There's a subtle type of interaction that's involved, but robots cannot do that. And only the person, the operator or the developer or those in the lab can do that. However, the typical public will not be able to do that subtle interaction with the robot. So we call this an intelligent or AI robot. However, 99% of the time, you would have to say that there are either the industrial robot. So in other words, this industrial robot are the pre-programmed robots, or the professional robot where you do need an operator. And autonomous driving, here, you also need a driver with a license. You need that person in the driver's seat, and depending on the case, it can just go by itself. However, you always need a driver. You always need an operator, and you cannot. There cannot be a direct interaction with an untrained personnel. Only the operator can engage in any interaction. And of course, you can make your way out through hurdles and obstacles, but only an operator can do that. If we look at robots, what is the AI robot? If you ask me that question, for a robot to be a robot, you need movement. It needs to move. And I call this I would like to call this trait mobility. It could be the legs, it could be the wheels, or it could be just the arms. Or rather, it could be a particular action that physically has an impact on the world. Let me call this mobility. Another key trait is intelligence. Some people call this AI, some call it autonomy. So it doesn't matter what you call it, but it's about the robot being able to make the judgment. So you need mobility and autonomy. And when we have both in a robot, we call this an intelligent robot. Let's think of our vacuum cleaner, the robot vacuum cleaner. It can clean. And it understands the environment, and it can do it on its own. So it's autonomous, and it moves. And then we can say that it's mobile, and it cleans. It's a physical action. So we can call that a machine. If you look at the autonomous car, some would call this a robot, some might not. Let's see if we have the two traits. If we take the example of the autonomous car, what is autonomy? It can understand and it's aware of the cars, it knows the ground, the sky, it knows when it can cut in. And autonomy or AI will make that judgment. And based on that judgment, it moves on to mobility. They turn the wheel, press steps on the brake or the accelerator. And then we can say that it is a robot if it can do that. Future robots can exist with both autonomy and mobility in its current form, or there could be these robots embedded into a certain machine. So I think that it would be two ways, being a robot in itself or it being embedded into a certain appliance. If you look at the smartphone, there's a camera, and you can see that this camera recognizes the subject matter or the object, and what happens if they smile, if they show a gesture, they take the picture. This is also a robotic function that's embedded into the smartphone. There isn't physical mobility, but it can acknowledge. It has autonomy. There's an AI program that can analyze stock prices, and there's also a machine that actually sells and buys, which we call the bot, which involves mobility. But the issue here is that the autonomy and mobility, there is a dilemma. Autonomy, what does this mean? It means you can do whatever you want? Well, no, not that's the case. It's about you need to understand my thoughts, and it's to do the right thing without me having to tell you. That's autonomy. Let's say to a device, if I say you can do whatever you want, what would happen? It's a 50-50 chance. It can probably follow my rules, or it can just go the other way. So if it's the latter, we need to understand that that can happen. If we give them too much discretion, it will go all over the place. Let's say you bought a smartphone, and if everything's all voice recognition, all of a sudden, if it cannot understand what we're saying, then everything will go wrong. The GPS system, everything will go wrong. So how much discretion or how much autonomy should we give this device? We need to make that decision, and that's a dilemma for those in the robotics industry. It's the same case for mobility. Mobility is that it's fast and it's strong, and it's of course good. It's an excellent trait, but if it's too good, then there could be a major accident. It could be dangerous. So you should not get close to such robots, because there could be a really big deadly blow. So as I've already mentioned, the robot is about the combination of autonomy and mobility. And if we do have these two dilemmas put together, it creates a bigger dilemma. To the robot, we can give them great power and great force, and if we also give them the ability to do whatever they want, the discretion, of course that would be the way we want to go. But then this could become a killer robot. We don't know what this robot will do. Human beings have all infinite power and autonomy, and it can become a monster. It could be a chain killer, can drop nuclear bombs. It could be that person could be very dangerous. So if you have mobility capabilities, physical force, you have to bring down the level of autonomy so that it cannot be used at its discretion. However, if there's zero physical force, then you can maximize autonomy, so it really doesn't matter. So let's say Professor Choi, he develops an excellent software, and let's say the software decides who's the good and who's the bad. So we have good and bad. Fine, it could be wrong, it could be right, it really doesn't matter. But then let's say for the good, if we give them a gun to shoot the bad, what would happen? That would be a major catastrophe. So of course you can refer to the decision, but if it moves on to a certain action or a mobility, let's say there's a diagnosis, and if you immediately go without an interview with the doctor, just go for a surgery, then that would be dangerous. So I really wanted to show you this graph. There's a lot of implications, so I would like to use this as my last slide, and let's move on to the presentations of our other speakers. Thank you. Next, so we'd like to have Professor Choi.
포인터 있습니다. 네, 뭐 시작하기 전에
Before I begin, well, I have been introduced, and I would like to talk for about 20 minutes. And the title of my talk is What's Next for Deep Learning, as you can see on the slide. So regarding AI, deep learning is the currently most important technology. However, what is next? And as for what comes after deep learning, it will not be something totally different. It will be a further development of deep learning, I think. And so personally, I have some ideas and I would like to cover these. And regarding deep learning, I would like to cover some basic information, including history. And regarding machine learning and deep learning, well, there are education programs at a global level, so I would like to talk about that in the second half of my talk and talk about some recent technologies regarding deep learning. Now, unfortunately, I have no videos in my slides, so I will have to verbally explain the text-based slides. Now, regarding AI, of course, many people are talking about AI, and there's a lot of interest. And there is a lot of confusion as to what AI is. AI is a very broad concept. And everything you can imagine falls inside the boundary of AI. Basically, if we look at the textbooks, AI is divided into these 6 areas. So AI is something that we're seeking, and it's something that is similar to humans. And so we have symbolic AI, a classic AI. And so how are we going to store knowledge of the humans in the computers? And when there's a question, how can we retrieve this question or the answer to that question really fast? So that would be the realm of knowledge representation and automated reasoning. And in relation to AI, there are applications, very important applications, seeing like human beings and talking like human beings and acting like human beings. And so NLP, computer vision, and robotics will fall under these 3 realms. And in relation to intelligence, well, we need to utilize algorithms so that wide decisions can be made, and that would be machine learning. Now, regarding machine learning, that's something I've been studying for a long time. And so I'm going to focus my talk on machine learning and deep learning. Now, machine learning is a subset of AI, and deep learning is another subset of machine learning. So machine learning and deep learning, in a single phrase, this is how we can define it. Machine learning is data-driven methods for AI. And data-driven deep method for AI would be the definition for deep learning. Now, regarding deep learning, I think we can go over a simplified history. And I think it was in the 1940s when research on deep learning began. And we have neurons in the human brain. And the function of the neurons were simplified, and we tried to copy that. And we have the macrofits model in the 1940s. And that's when deep learning began. And in the 1950s, Rosenblatt's perceptron was introduced. And I believe that this is the first data-driven system that tried to solve minor classification issues. Unfortunately, only very simple classifications could be made. And once the data became complicated, perceptron was not very useful. It was that kind of algorithm. And there was a lot of criticism about that. And in the 1960s, the so-called first winter for AI came. To overcome these shortcomings, well, perceptron only had one layer. It was a single layer system. And the output was calculated by the single layer. And so people decided to add layers. So we came up with multi-layer perceptrons. And in the mid-1970s, we saw back propagation. And at that time, AI was quite popular up until the 1990s, I believe. And at that time, these technologies were applied to many different areas. And then we had support vector machines and kernel machines. And because of that, for about 10 years, AI was put on the back burner. But then after that, we saw another era where deep learning was emphasized. So that was after 2005 or 6. And so we had some success cases in the beginning. And the first success has to do with speech recognition, which is quite popular nowadays. So the audio data has to be received as input data, and then it has to be converted to text. So from the audio, we formed this acoustic model, and then we changed that to a phonetic model, and then again to a language model, and then to text. Nowadays, we are making another approach. So we have the audio data, and we try to convert that directly to text. And sometimes it can be done, and even better. And as a result, in 2012, we had some other results. So we tried this in image classification because there was success in speech recognition. And so pixels are received as inputs, and we have to do mapping. And so key points have to be identified, and features have to be determined, and then we had to form a deformable part model. However, now we're going directly from pixels to labels through this deep net. And so even with machine translation, this is 2014. And even if you do not have expertise on natural language processing, we can use DeepNet in order to go from text to a text in another language. This is commonly used nowadays. So all of these activities became quite common and popular in mid-2000. And as a result, the number of machine learning and deep learning courses in universities expanded and increased. So some examples. So Introduction to AI at Stanford has grown 5-fold between 2012 and 2018. And at UICU, Introduction to Machine Learning has grown 12-fold in 5 years. Also at CMU, Carnegie Mellon University, machine learning classes has grown 6-fold in past 5 years. So more students are interested in machine learning. And this phenomena has been witnessed in Korea in the last 2-3 years as well. Now, I talked about university and college students. We see another unique phenomena, and I did not get permission to show you this picture, but anyhow, 2 years ago, this was a big issue at the time. Now, the student here was in high school, and he was very curious about deep learning, so he did a lot of studying about deep learning. And he used open AI called OperaFin, and there are many questions in the open AI, and he solved many of these questions, and he became interested in AI and machine learning. And so he sent email to the members of the Open AI Research Center, and the researchers liked this boy's idea, and he was hired as an intern at the research center, and he worked as an intern for several months, and he published a paper. And this professor at Berkeley really praised this paper and said that it was a college student level. And when this paper was first published, I looked at it and I thought, wow, it's great coming from a high school student. The reason I am mentioning this paper is because we have different style of studying, and we have internship programs provided by companies, and I think we need to come up with more diverse models of providing such education and internship in order to maintain competitiveness as a nation. So that is why I wanted to cite that example. And Korea, well, Korea is doing very well in terms of machine learning. Now we have Neuralips, and this is the neural information processing system. And if you're in this field, of course, you want to submit papers to Neuralips and get accepted. And over the last 5 years, the number of subscriptions have increased drastically. So the society is about 30 years old, and in the first 20 years, the number of submissions did not increase that much. However, recently there are close to 10,000 submissions. And so it is difficult for us as well, because we do have to look over the submissions and decide to either accept or not. And I see more and more papers coming from Korea as well. And so I think Korea is doing quite well, and deep learning is a topic that is right for many college students in Korea as well. Now, deep learning, there is heavy interest, and many things are advantages. However, there are some limitations of deep learning. So these are the things that we have to think about as we think about what is next for deep learning. First of all, a big downside of deep learning is that a lot of training is required because it uses many parameters. And if there is not enough data, then the system does not work that well. And so we have to think about deep learning, which is not sample efficient, and then compare that to sample efficient technologies. Also, deep learning is very compute intensive. The third bullet point, poor at handling prior knowledge or uncertainty. People can either be confident or not confident about the decisions that they make. Now, as for deep learning, well, we need to apply probabilistic models so that it will be more confident about the decisions that it makes. Also, there are many people who pointed out problems regarding interpretability. And also, deep learning requires a lot of engineering, and it needs hyperparameter optimization, so we need research on that. Also, AI is actually easier to trick than people. And so we have self-driving cars, and when they are on the roads, it will have to read the road signs on the roads. And if we maybe deform these signs using black tape, humans will not be fooled, but the autonomous cars will be easier to fool. And so we need to come up with ways so that the systems will be less vulnerable to adversarial attacks. So what's next for deep learning? If we do not have ample data, what can we do? Now, there's a lot of research going on this. So we can have unsupervised or semi-supervised or even self-supervised learning. Or we could utilize multimodal learning and also meta-learning. That's something I'm focusing my research on. So I would like to explain meta-learning through a subsequent slide. Also, we have many uncertainties. So how can we come up with models that better cope with the uncertainties? And we can come up with the deep probabilistic models and also deep generative models. So these are AI models that can create newer models and renew itself. Also, we have issues regarding data privacy. This is quite important as well. So regarding data privacy, I think I can cite two things. So privacy preserving AI. So in recent years, there's a lot of research on federated learning. So that can be utilized to protect data as well. And so even in very small devices, so smartphones, for example, in many small mobile devices, a lot of data is collected. And if a single server can collect all these data points from the different handsets and analyze that, that will be very useful, but we run into the privacy issues. So what about federating the data? So just getting a little bit of data from the different terminals and then doing federated learning. And then I talked about tricking AI. And so we need to come up with ways to enhance security for AI so that it will not be easily tricked. Also, better decision-making ML. And from that viewpoint, yes, we need better deep reinforcement learning, and we need interpretable ML and explainable AI. This was recently announced. So here we have AI that can write like humans. So this is generative pre-trained models. And the parameter here was about 1,750 billion. And this is even more than the number of stars in the Milky Way. So it is a very large-scale model. And we have many weak points in terms of language, but we can use this. And if we look at classical machine learning, well, feature transformation is done by humans, and then we provide the results to the computer, to the AI, and that's how we did the training. This will be the earlier ML. Now, during the deep learning era, the computer and the AI and humans jointly learn the features and model. And this is the future direction. Future direction will be meta learning. So here, this will be human. If we compare it to humans, it will be humans not learning a specific knowledge, but learning to learn. So deep learning was just jointly learning features and model, but with meta learning, we're adding algorithm to jointly learning features and model. And by learning to learn, then diverse learning will be possible. And so that will be a very important technology. And some examples of generative technology. So here you see many animation characters, and by using this, if we train a generative AI, then the AI system will come out with other newer characters. So this is already well known. Now, what is quite interesting is this example. This was done by a graduate student at Harvard. There are many examples here, but this idea can be applied to architecture, for example. So we have the layout of a home. This information is given. And the AI will position pieces of furniture within that given layout. And so the information regarding how experts would do the layout, that data is provided. And then the generation process for the AI was researched. So, of course, humans are heavily involved here, but we end up with very interesting results. And also in the federated learning, well, the local systems do not send all the data sets. They just send parameters to the cloud. And we're trying to create one single large model in the cloud. That's federated learning. This is my last slide. Now, deep learning is developing very fast for the last 15 years. And so we have to think about the next step. If we begin deep learning now, it may be of no use. Well, that's not necessarily true. But I believe that we will have many different types of applications and application areas for machine learning, and I think we have a long way to go. So even if we start with machine learning right now, I don't think it is too late. And also the technology of machine learning itself is further developing. And so I think it's not too late to jump on the bandwagon of machine learning. And if we learn machine learning and develop further technology, relevant technology, I think we have much more development that will be possible. Yes, thank you very much. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Chung.
So it's about a new paradigm where everybody takes part in research. Dr. Jung, the floor is yours. Yes, very nice to meet you all. I'm Jung Ji-hoon. Our two previous speakers talked about technology, the technical aspects. And of course, Dr. Choi did mention briefly, but if you look at AI research, and if you look at the reason for such development of AI, and when it comes to the educational system to make use of AI, I think I can share with you my thoughts. We're seeing AI technology rapidly growing and developing, and you also saw the number of dissertations. So technology and the penetration, if you look at the spread, compared to the past, it's significant. In the past, in the university, there were a handful of researchers that generated all of these papers. And if we just consider that small group of people, it's very difficult to actually see such rapid development. But you can see that now we're in a different scene, and some may be stressed out. In the early 2010 or so, for instance, CNN, RNN, as long as you knew and you were aware of these concepts, you were able to make something out of it. But now we have the memory network, the generative model, we have capsule net, reinforcement learning, and in addition to that, we have the interaction spheres. There are so many things to look into. Therefore, for the researchers and for the students, the learners, it's true that they are burdened. They're stressed out because there will be something new every time. And sometimes they would say, I'm done with you just go your path. But we are seeing this rapid development of technology. So why is it the case that we're seeing such rapid speed of advancement? We will of course have to pose this question, and I think hyperconnectivity played a significant role. In the past, research was noted as in a field just for researchers. However, now it's different. It's quite similar to the era of the internet when it first began. In the 60s and 70s, we saw the birth of the internet. But when was it when the internet had an impact on our daily life? It was in the 90s with the World Wide Web, and with the point and click, anybody was able to make use of the internet. So then why were the initial 20-30 years so slow? There was the commander interpreter where you had to put in the directions and the commands into the system. And Douglas Engelbart, who developed humor computer interaction, he criticized the situation of why did you make the computer? The scientists or the experts, was it just for them? We need to make a machine that can be used for 2 years to 80 years old. Why did you make such a system? And that brought the advent of the mouse. With the WWW, the World Wide Web, we had so many people utilizing the internet, which triggered the advancement of the internet, and that was the origin behind this rapid growth of the internet. If you look at deep learning, I think that it's going down the same path. In 2012, the ImageNet Challenge was the beginning of so many activities and programs on AI. All of the papers and dissertations now became open source. This became the norm. And it wasn't just about open source. There were also assistive QAs that helped analyze and interpret the papers. Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, SNS, all of these also came into play. That strengthened the penetration. And in addition to that, there are also educational contents that will be key. And Coursera and edX, these MOOC platforms, became very popular with AI contents. And not only that, we had MIT and Stanford, these prominent universities, that also contributed to this pool. And you can see that the corporations are also very much used to this culture of sharing. And this had a positive impact on all of the players, and it continued to push forward with the advancement. Let me give you an example. At SK Telecom, DiscoGAN was a project that was announced by SK Telecom, and I thought that was quite interesting. And in the preprint, the archive was released. And the code was not disclosed at that time because it was not ready, but in just about a week since the paper was released, Korean actually put this all together and realized the code and released that on GitHub. And this was very much popular and went viral. And as you know, we have SNS. And the person that released the code was actually a colleague of the original author. And once that was released, the original author was saying, I wasn't able to, disclose the code because I wasn't able to put this together, but if you do that, what would happen to me? And then, this is something that happens quite often. So once it's disclosed, the academia, there's a cycle about a year where you have to go out to the conference to announce your findings. But now you can see that just in a week after a testing, you can actually provide feedback that there's even a better coding. Therefore, the term, the frequency, and the pace of the cycle is unprecedented. And that is why what I just mentioned does happen in real life. The gist here is the GPU research and data volume. Of course, that may be attributable, but if we look at the culture, we're seeing this culture of sharing, and we see these individuals, the digital natives, that they feel this as quite natural. And I think that the combination of these players had led to such rapid advancement. This is Element AI, and you can see that in New York, Tel Aviv, London, and a couple of experts came together to talk about where would be the hotspot of AI. Right now, we see researchers that are leading the AI front, and unlike other disciplines, there are many in their 20s and 30s. It's mostly composed of young experts, which is quite extraordinary. So what can we drive out from this story? These excellent talents. Which city would be able to cater to these experts to create a cluster would be the key question. So it was about the human beings at the forefront in creating a hotspot or a cluster. Many countries have been trying to attract these talents. You can see that with Silicon Valley and New York. It may be a stronghold, but excluding the US, you can see Canada. Canada, including deep learning technology, and most recently, we see many Canadians that developed the up-and-coming technologies. In addition to that, Canada has CIFA, where they provide the support, the financial support to engage in such research. You can see that there's a nationwide movement in Canada. Canada has its AI supercluster in Edmonton. Edmonton is known to be the holy site of reinforcement learning, and Toronto, Waterloo, and Montreal, these three cities are actively attracting talents, and they are enabling them to lead the world on AI. That is the strategy of Canada. This is in a different vein, where we do see Western European countries here as well. We have Station F, where in Paris, France, the president has launched this Open Technology Center and to attract the talents around the world. In addition, in the UK, it's strategizing to become a global AI hub. And we can also see the European landscape where a major change is witnessed. So then, what should we do? At Modu Labs, we are trying to enable individuals to research, to learn in this different environment. Kim Seung-hee is the founder, who actually came from LG Electronics, and he was also involved in machine learning in voice. And when you research at a corporation, the major challenge is that you cannot research what you want. You cannot select the topics. You have to do what's told. What challenge arises in the process? Well, because you're a part of a company, you can say that you cannot claim ownership over that research. And in many cases, you cannot do this alone, and you need a team. So then, you may think, am I the only one to think this? If there is a research topic that you do want to research, you can build a lab. And for those that do not want to build a lab but just want to take part in a project or a lab, then you can you can apply for interesting projects or labs, and then you can take part. And then it would be a very open type of research lab where new research projects will flourish. So what was done by these acclaimed societies can be done here in the grassroots level, and that was the motive behind Module Labs. I was the very first angel investor into Module Labs, and I started to put together a vision for Module Labs. And for a couple of years, we've seen significant growth because we saw these individuals that had the same thoughts, that had the same ideal values, all came together. It wasn't just a single person. And in Yangjae, with the AI hub in Seoul, education and various programs are there. The campus started off in Gangnam, the Yangjae campus, and then in Kuro, there's also another campus for elementary, middle, and high school students. You can see that the campuses have some different characteristics. And based on that, we were able to grow quickly. And we have now more than 30 labs. As you can see here, there were many labs that came together for research. And here we have many that are part of corporate projects in the world of AI. There are 7 publications here, but already we have 10 publications from these labs. In addition to that, we have more research that is underway on these topics. However, there can be some challenges. The labs, initially, for the first month, everything seems to go well, but in the third month, there was a hurdle, a hindrance, because if you want to research, it's important to have the right successors, somebody that can support the lab work. It's similar to what you see in the universities. However, for the labs that went through multiple cycles, the extinct members are very much seasoned. There's a lot that they can do now. However, what about the newcomers? They won't have that level of sophistication, so we started to see this gap. Initially, you can see that the seasoned individuals will have to make a sacrifice to bring the newcomers up to speed. So this flipped school was introduced to solve that. It's an education model. This educational model involves a facilitator. It has to be a self-regulated type of learning. Therefore, a curriculum is decided and a facilitator helps them out. They open up an educational course to gather people, and they study together before they do any research in the lab. It would be like your undergraduate courses in college. And this flipped school was very much facilitated. And what's also interesting is the facilitator, those that are the facilitators, can decide on the topic that they want. You can see that interesting or unusual curriculum can be the subject that's handled in these courses, which makes it all the more interesting. And we also have sponsored AI research. It's not here in the slide, but if you look at Silicon Valley, they have APC Science. In San Diego, APC Science is very well known for its DARPA research. And swarm intelligence has to do with the collective flying of drones, and AI with regard to uncertainty. A lot of research is underway, led by the Department of Defense, and they actually called us up. And what kind of collaboration was underway? Well, there wasn't enough education on uncertainty and AI. So we said that we would open up a flip school, and we put together our team in Korea, and we received applications. Remote training was also done. So it was a sponsored flipped school that went very well. And then, after the success of this flipped school, we had a couple of talents from that team to create a sponsored research lab to conduct multiple research, and now it's in this first, second, and third cycle with its educational program. And a entity was built centered around these talents, and we also have national defense related research being done right now in Korea. This year, there were many challenges because of COVID, of course. The big vision that we had was something similar to the co-work space. At the end of the day, it's about bringing everyone together. So whether it be flipped school or whether it be the research space or lab, we wanted to have a lab meeting on a weekly basis and so forth. But because of COVID-19, we cannot come together, and it was very difficult to receive applications to gather people together. We needed to find a countermeasure to this. From last year, we started an iFerry, a platform which is 100% online. There are more than 50 learning schemes based on projects, and everybody has to be on site on the field, and they have to contribute to the project, and the facilitators will utilize online tools, collaborative tools, as well as Slack. And like the office hour, there will be facilitators in the localities to help the learners out through this iFel platform. Education and the direction of education is very much different from what we've been anticipating. And for an excellent educator, it's not about just conveying knowledge or content. It's about mobilizing the interested the people with interest to form a community. I think that is the role of an excellent educator. And this is my very last slide. Just like in the internet triggered innovation, we can see that it's about connecting all of these people together and utilizing the power of community to change the world. If we can do that, unimaginable scenarios and innovation can take place. It's about embracing the uncertainty. And in the process, those with passion and motive are out there around the world. It could be elementary school students, middle school students, there could be those working for a company right now, or college students. If you have the infrastructure to research a topic that you want steadily and consistently with other people, I think that this will transform the education. It's not just about providing massive investments to just churn out talents from a single location. That's the old norm of the 70s and 80s of just concentrating on a particular area. That's more of a mind based on the manufacturing industry. So we have to break away from that, including AI and all sorts of technologies. If you want to really educate the people and nurture talents, it has to be community-based, and the right policies and the right culture needs to be disseminated around the world. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Dr. Jung, for your presentation.
지금 우리
So Dr. Choi has talked to us with the title, What's Next for Deep Learning? And there were many academic terminology that was explained to us. It caused a lot of confusion, but I did learn a lot. And as for Dr. Chung, you talked about education and training platform that can be participated by all. And in my case, I talked about connecting cyberspace and humans, and I talked about the agent for doing that. Of course, that would be the robots. Now, there are some questions online, and I'm sure many are watching, but we have very few questions. So I think many of you are very shy right now. So I welcome questions from the floor, and I would like for more people to participate online as well. So let's cover the first question. It is a very difficult question. So with the emergence of computers, I think the person is referring to AI and these machines as computers. And so the computers will be carrying out very repetitive, simple actions, and humans will have to engage in an upper level concept-based operation. But in order to do these high-level operations well, then we need to carry out the low-level tasks that the computers are doing. So how should we respond? Well, this is what I think. Now, I have done research on machine learning, deep learning for a very long time, but I have not really thought about what would happen to humans. But there is a well-known paradox. Now, what is most important for AI? It is actually tasks that are simple for humans. And so tasks that are simple and easy for humans, AI finds it difficult. And what AI does really well, it's difficult for humans. And so naturally, what is happening is that there is not competition between AI and humans, but we can help each other out. And as for the current technological level, maybe AI can just automate some simple tasks. That's our current level. However, I think in the near future, we will be able to do more sophisticated tasks. And by doing that, well, it will not be AI just doing simple, mundane tasks instead of humans. AI will be able to carry out autonomous tasks, more sophisticated tasks autonomously. However, what is the ultimate goal? I don't think the objective is to replace humans. We want the AI systems in order to aid and assist humans. So AI will not replace doctors, but assist doctors so that they can be better doctors. And AI can assist lawyers so that they will become better lawyers, for example. And also humans also develop as well. So I don't think that the world will be taken over by AI. Yes, we have many questions, so please limit your answers to about 30 to 40 seconds.
You can see that the reason why I have a lot of interest in this field versus computer science is because of human interaction. AI, some say, should be augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. Human in the loop is a well-known term. In the decision-making cycle, the AI is actually used in the process. And let me give you an example. We have a world-class AI company, a medical company, Luni. And if I may cite that example, they use a chest X-ray, let's say, to diagnose cancer. And with a 90% probability, let's say that at radiology, if they can diagnose cancer accurately, if AI can make this 95%, typically in the dissertation, they would just indicate that AI can be a little bit better. However, they can actually measure this and quantify this. However, if you go on the field, we do have users that use this. And who are the users? Of course, it would be the radiologists or the radiology physicians. And what would happen? They're not trying to prove that AI is better. They want to use this technology to make them a better doctor. According to research, the chest X-ray, for the radiology physicians that only focus on chest X-ray, their accuracy level is improved by 3 to 5% if they use AI. But what's interesting is, if you look at the general practitioners that are just out from med school, those that have just got a license for these GPs, when they use GP, the probability of their accuracy goes beyond, it jumps by 30% to if it was 60%, it becomes 90%. What's important here is not just the AI technology, depending on how you use this. How convenient is this, how it's color-coded, and how it's explained in terms of the manipulation of the machine, your judgment may differ. Such technologies also need to be developed, and those that can do well, we can call this quality service or quality product. Not on the academic front, but what we need now is this as a service or a solution to make it convenient for the user. I think that this is the more important question. And you really need to understand humans as well as technology to do that.
Yes, I agree to what has been said. So, yes, we have robots and we have AI, and their strength and human strengths are different. Humans are better than AI and robots in certain areas. And so, if AI has a role, then I'm sure there are roles that only humans can play. So we may have more leisure time. We will be more human. So I would like to move on to the next question. I think more questions are coming up. Yes, so this has to do with AI training and education. So there was a lot of mention regarding AI, studying AI and teaching AI. And learning AI may be learning the science to become an AI scientist. That's one type of learning. And on the other hand, we may learn to use the AI platforms and try to apply that to different applications. And then there are users, and users will have to have some learning about AI. So there are many different levels of education that we need regarding AI. However, when the general public, the layman, goes to classes to learn AI, well, how can we best train them? So should they learn about new technology platforms? So, Mr. Chen, maybe you can answer that. Well, I believe that Dr. Chong will speak from a different angle, and personally, this is what I think. I think that we need to have a focus on honing our basic skills, because AI and ML, in order to do this, we need math skills. And I think if you did a good job up to high school math classes, I think you are well equipped. And even at the younger level, when we teach math, we should try to teach to the students why these concepts, why this math is needed for AI. And by doing that, we can raise curiosity among the students. And personally, many people ask me this question. Well, they try to learn ML, and it's very difficult for them to learn the math. So for practice, I tried this. I did some math classes online to become ML ready. And at that time, what was very good about the class was that when I explained the math concepts, I began with explanation about how this links to AI and ML and why this is needed to learn ML. And the response was quite good. And so even with elementary school students, if we explain to them why we are learning this math and how it can be relevant to AI and ML, I think that will be very helpful. Dr. Chong?
It was a very simple question in just one sentence, but it's a complex question. The objective, the goals of elementary, middle, and high school are all different. And if you look at the curriculum, that is the case. Module Lab is to focus more on higher education. And we have programs for adults, so we don't actually go down that elementary and mid and high school path. However, we do see mid schools and high schools, the projects, and their goals are very different. If you the Samo, Pepper Tea, and Scratch, their philosophy is quite clear for elementary school students. The reason why I say that is because motivation is paramount. And if they can, in the process, be motivated and then they go deeper and sometimes even into college studies. Therefore, what's most important in elementary school is to keep them interested, keep them motivated. Elementary school and teaching AI means that AI really needs to be a general theme. And I think that it's better to make it accessible and have them go deeper into this based on their motivation. It's important to let them know what kind of changes can be made with AI. It could be a type of game, whichever form, fashion it may be. I think it would be better to motivate. And if you go to mid to high school, the angle is very much different from the elementary school. In mid and high school, you learn math, and you also have to think about your career as an adult. And already then, some may want to go to the science and engineering path. There can be those that want to do design or business administration or management, and they want to try out AI in that process. Depending on which path you take, the requirements are different. For those that go down the science and engineering path, it's about utilizing the computer. And as Dr. Choi Seung-jin has mentioned, they need the basic mathematical background. They need to have strong fundamentals. However, if the student wants to use AI to solve legal issues and ethical issues, then essay papers and cases are something that needs to be researched with these students. Therefore, the goal of elementary, middle, and high school students are different. But what I'm concerned about is if it takes on coding as a way of an introduction into AI, I think that this could have a negative impact. Rather than utilizing coding or thinking of coding as the intro, it's better to have and leave this open that AI can do anything. And if we can have a multidisciplinary approach, I think that would be better. Originally, for computer education, there was a lot of discussions whether it should be about the computer language. You can see that they also teach Excel and Hangul and all of these software. So depending on the grade, I think the goal may be different. And there was also this fad for internet education, but now it's probably a bit different with AI. So it's about catering to the needs and to the level of knowledge. If you look at the robot, we design and we program robots and we nurture talents that can do that. But in this society, we need those that can connect the robots with the end users. In other words, the system engineers, because without the system engineers, the robots cannot be put to use. So I just received some questions from online, but I think we can also receive some questions from the floor. Is there anybody courageous enough to ask the first question?
Yes, everyone is being shy. Well, I went to another seminar and the lecturer asked for questions, but the students did not ask any questions. And the lecturer said, "You must have been prosecuting the students a lot," and we laughed at that joke. Yes, in the front line. Please raise your hand. Yes, please wait for the microphone. Yes, thank you very much for the presentations. Actually, I put up a question. It was anonymous, and my answer was partly answered. Now, I'm not in the area of IT, but it was mentioned that meta-learning is being researched. This was mentioned by Dr. Choi. And so, can you explain this in more detail? Yes, time is very limited, so can you be brief? Well, thank you very much for being interested in what I'm studying. Now, meta, I'm sure you have learned that a lot. You have heard of metadata, for example. So this is data for data. So this is data that explains data. And then, if you think about that, well, what is meta-learning? I can explain this like this. Learning how to learn would be another way of putting it. So learning how to learn, learning how to study. So with the machine learning, currently, it masters just one single task. So for people, it's like studying just one subject matter, physics or Korean or math. However, through abundant experience, ultimately you learn how to learn. You learn to effectively study. And by doing that, you can solve many new tasks very efficiently and in a fast manner. And so humans use past experience to solve new problems in a very efficient way. And that's what we're seeking in meta-learning. And this is probably the AI general intelligence. And the history, it goes back several decades, but I think meta-learning research has been quite active in the last 5 years. Yes, thank you very much. And if you look at research areas, we have many professors and many students trying to research something, and actually they're solving unsolved problems and they're trying to show results. And at the very essence of all this, the problem is that we run into problems of reproducing the solution because we start out with very difficult questions. And even in robots, we have many fancy research results, and it looks like we can solve these very difficult mathematical problems, but in reality that does not happen because the model where we based our premise on, it's very narrow, so we do not have that reproducibility and there are many errors. And I'm not an expert on AI, and I want to ask to the AI experts regarding this issue. So AI looks like it's very developed, but is it really efficiently being utilized and running? I think there's a very big gap. So as scholars in AI, well, what do you think? Now, AI is all the rage and there's a lot of talk of AI, but is it because there are many applications and it seems to be everywhere? Or is it because there is in-depth development of AI, and is that why more and more people are interested in AI? Because we only have some examples at the lab level, and if you look at the actual applications right now, it's very basic and primitive, and maybe we are painting a wrong picture. Maybe it is not as developed as we perceive, or maybe it is very much developed. What do you think? Well, yes, I agree with what has been said, and I have researched this field for many, many years. And many people often say that AI is very much developed, and I think I'm a bit worried about that perception because it's not that developed. But of course, AI will continue to develop in the future, but currently it's actually not meeting our expectations. But what is true is this. In the last 10 years, the development that we had in the last 10 years, it was something that I never imagined would happen. So in the next 10 years, how much development will we have? I think that's difficult for even me to predict. And the development that we had, some people say that it is due to the development of hardware. So of course we have some development in theory, but maybe we have like heavy hardware and heavy computing power and we're solving these old problems. Well, that is right to some sense. And there are 3 success factors behind the success that we have right now. First is we have abundant data. In the past, we did not have this much digitized data. That was difficult to obtain. But nowadays, it's very easy for anyone to generate data, and it's easy to get that data. And the model is becoming more and more complicated, and we will be adding on to the number of parameters. And as the number of parameters increase, we need 10 times more data, but we have abundant data. And also, we need time and money to train the models. And so some say that the speed becomes double every year or year and a half. But I think the AI infra is becoming double in speed every several months.
것처럼 이런
As was already mentioned, it's I will have to say that you have a point there. But it's because it's in many cases you may think that anything that goes beyond the basics, it's not much development. For a couple of years, it's not like we're saying that nothing has grown or developed or advanced. If you look at the technological cycle, we're now in the consolidation phase, and we have to use that, and there are so many things that we can graft with the existing technology. And a frequent question is, I mean, there were these booms, and some may think that the chilling winter is coming, but I say that no, that is not the case, because there can be a fall because it was so hot. I think that it could slightly cool down, but then it won't be winter, because there are so many areas that this can be used. But of course we have high expectations, and there can be that hype. Like an SF sci-fi movie, it may seem like it might dominate human beings, and there may be a lot of concerns over that. So that can be an issue. But what I can say is, in terms of recognition, processing, and as an application that we can use, many things have changed with AI, and I think that more is to change with AI. Yes, I think we're now out of time. This session on reconnecting the world in the age of AI, I would like to put a close to this discussion. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of our three speakers. A big round of applause, please.
Yes, AI is already with us. And so on that note, I would like to close Global HR Forum 2020. We will be sending you feedback questionnaires. Please fill them in and submit the questionnaire to us. We would like to improve next year's forum. Please leave the translation receivers at your desks, and also please remember to return your name tags. I would like to thank all of you for staying till the very end, both offline and online. My name is Kim Na-yoon. I wish you a good afternoon. Thank you.